Biblical Trials, The Making of God's Men. By Michael. Front matter. To the quiet souls who, like Noah, build arks of faith against the tides of doubt, and to those who, like Moses, dare to speak for the voiceless when their own tongue falters. May your journeys through the wilderness be met with divine reassurance, and may the storms you weather ultimately lead you to shores of promised peace. This story is woven from the threads of your quiet courage, your enduring hope, and the profound, often unseen, strength that arises when the human spirit grapples with the divine, and emerges, irrevocably transformed. It is for you, who understand that even in the deepest valleys, a mountain of revelation awaits, and that every barren desert can eventually give way to the bloom of a land flowing with milk and honey. For the steadfast, the hesitant, and the burdened, who find their echoes in the ancient narratives of struggle and redemption, this work is offered with deepest respect and shared humanity. May it serve as a testament to the enduring power of faith, the complexity of the human heart, and the divine whispers that guide us through the shadows and into the light. It is a humble homage to the resilience of the human spirit, mirroring the timeless stories of those who have walked before us, carrying their burdens and their blessings, their triumphs and their trials, across the vast expanse of time. Chapter 1. The Shattered Garden. The air still clung to them, a phantom caress of the perfection they had so carelessly discarded. It was a scent that Elul could no longer fully recall, a memory as fragile as a butterfly's wing, yet its absence was a palpable wound. The rich, verdant fragrance of Eden, a symphony of blossoms and dew-kissed earth, had been replaced by a starker, earthier perfume, the sharp tang of damp soil, the dry rustle of unseen creatures, the bewildering aroma of growth and decay intertwined. This was the world now, raw and unvarnished, and Elul felt its unfamiliarity like a coarse garment against his skin. He stood at the precipice of what had been their world, a shimmering veil of light and impossible beauty just beyond reach. Eden. The name itself was a sigh, a mournful echo in the sudden, vast silence. The constant, resonant hum of divine presence, the voice that had been as natural to him as his own breath, was gone. It had been a communion, a living, breathing connection, and now there was only an echoing void. The silence was not empty, it was heavy, pregnant with the weight of his transgression, a shroud woven from disobedience. Fear, a sensation utterly alien until this moment, coiled in his gut, a cold serpent born of the unknown. The world that had been their effortless haven was now a distant, unattainable dream, a mirage shimmering in the harsh light of this new reality. He was adrift, stripped bare of his divine adornment, cast into a world that demanded a resilience he had never needed to cultivate. Every fiber of his being thrummed with the enormity of their loss, a profound severance that left him feeling less than whole, a broken vessel in a world that had no room for such imperfections. His hands, once accustomed to the gentle touch of celestial fruits, now felt clumsy, rough. He looked at them, the digits that had traced the contours of divine wonders, and saw them smeared with the dark, clinging soil of this earth. It was a stain, he thought, a physical manifestation of his fall. He tried to remember the feeling of the wind in Eden, how it had whispered secrets and carried the scent of blossoms. Here, the wind was a gusty, unfeeling entity, carrying dust and the distant, unsettling cries of creatures he did not recognize. It whipped at his hair, a harsh caress that offered no solace, only a reminder of his exposed vulnerability. He turned, his gaze drawn to Eve. Her face, once a reflection of pure joy, was now etched with a similar bewilderment, her eyes wide with a dawning comprehension of their altered existence. The shared space between them, once filled with an unspoken understanding, now held a hesitant distance, a fragile bridge over the chasm of their shared mistake. He remembered the moment of the command, the absolute clarity of the divine decree, and the swift, terrible consequence. The serpent's hiss, a venomous whisper that had wormed its way into the heart of their innocence, still resonated in the hollow spaces within him. He replayed the exchange, the words exchanged with Eve, the desperate rationalizations, the intoxicating allure of forbidden knowledge. Now, in the stark light of day, stripped of the garden's gentle embrace, the weight of that choice pressed down on him, an unbearable burden. He had been given dominion, a stewardship of unparalleled beauty, and he had squandered it. The very air he breathed felt different, heavier, laden with the consequences of his actions. It was not merely the loss of Eden's splendor, it was the severance of an intimate, unbroken connection. The divine presence, once a constant, warm embrace, had withdrawn, leaving a void that chilled him to the bone. He strained his ears, listening for any echo of that familiar voice, any whisper of guidance, but there was only the alien symphony of this new world. He looked back at the gateway, the luminous, impassable barrier that now separated them from paradise. It shimmered, an ethereal torment, a constant reminder of what had been and what could never be again. He saw himself there, reaching out, his fingers brushing against an invisible wall of pure energy. It was a boundary etched not in stone, but in the very fabric of reality, a testament to the irreversible nature of their transgression. The flaming sword, a silent sentinel of divine justice, was a stark testament to the finality of their expulsion. It was a sentinel he dared not approach, a symbol of the wrath he had narrowly escaped, and the justice he deserved. He felt a tremor run through him, a primal fear that was both shame and a desperate plea for understanding. He stumbled forward, his feet sinking into the soft, yielding earth. It was a far cry from the manicured perfection of Eden's paths. Here, the ground was uneven, strewn with pebbles and unseen roots that snagged at his feet. He noticed the intricate patterns of the soil, the tiny, scurrying creatures that moved with an urgency he had never before observed. Life, he realized with a jolt, pulsed and throbbed in this world, a relentless, unyielding force. It was a world of constant motion, of struggle and survival, so different from the serene, unchanging perfection of his former home. He remembered the effortless sustenance of Eden, the fruits that ripened at his touch, the gentle streams that provided water without effort. Here, every need would be a demand, every comfort a hard-won victory. He tried to recall the creatures of Eden, their gentle natures, their harmonious coexistence. Here, he heard sounds that were sharp, guttural, and filled with a primal wildness. A rustle in the undergrowth sent a fresh wave of apprehension through him. Was it predator or prey? He had no way of knowing. His knowledge, so vast within the confines of the garden, was utterly insufficient here. He was a novice, a child thrust into a world of brutal lessons. He looked at Eve again, searching for a flicker of reassurance in her eyes, but saw only a shared bewilderment. They were two lost souls, bound together by a shared mistake, facing an uncertain future with only the tattered remnants of their former glory. The scent of the earth was now overpowering, a rich, dark perfume that spoke of decomposition and new growth, of life and death inextricably linked. He knelt, his fingers digging into the soil. It was cool and damp, teeming with unseen life. He had once known the earth intimately, its every texture, its every mood. But this was a different earth, wilder, untamed. He felt a pang of longing so sharp it stole his breath. He missed the effortless understanding, the silent communion he had shared with all of creation within Eden. Now, there was a barrier, a misunderstanding that separated him from the very ground beneath his feet. He felt the sharp edges of a small stone press into his palm, a stark contrast to the smooth, polished surfaces of the stones that had lined the garden paths. This was a world of sharp edges, of imperfections, of a rawness that was both terrifying and, perhaps, undeniably real. He stood again, his gaze sweeping across the landscape. It was a panorama of greens and browns, of tangled vines and towering, unfamiliar trees. Sunlight, harsher now, filtered through the dense canopy, dappling the forest floor with shifting patterns of light and shadow. He saw birds flitting through the branches, their calls sharp and piercing, so different from the melodic songs of Eden. A creature, small and swift, darted across his path, its fur a mottled brown. He stared, his mind struggling to categorize, to understand, but it offered no familiar reference point. It was alien, a part of this new, bewildering world. The silence where divine conversation had once flowed was a constant ache. It was a vacuum that threatened to swallow him whole. He felt an overwhelming sense of isolation, not just from his creator, but from the very essence of what he had been. He was Adam, the first man, yet he felt like an infant, fumbling in the dark, utterly dependent on a grace that had been withdrawn. The weight of their disobedience was a physical presence, a shroud that clung to him, muffling his senses and chilling his spirit. He could feel its presence in the way the air seemed to resist his breath, in the way the sunlight, once a benevolent warmth, now felt like a scrutiny. He looked at Eve, her shoulders hunched, her gaze fixed on some distant, imagined point. He wanted to offer comfort, to bridge the growing chasm between them, but the words felt foreign, inadequate. What could he say? How could he articulate the depth of his own despair, let alone hers? They were bound together by this shared fate, yet a new, unsettling distance had opened between them. The ease of their shared existence had been shattered, replaced by a fragile, uncertain interaction. He felt a surge of protectiveness, mingled with a profound sense of responsibility. He had led them here, to this precipice of hardship, and the burden of their survival now rested squarely on his shoulders. He found himself tracing the outline of a leaf, its edges serrated and sharp. It was a beautiful design, he conceded, but its wildness, its untamed growth, was a stark contrast to the curated perfection of Eden. He remembered the trees of Eden, their fruits perfectly formed, their leaves a consistent shade of emerald. This leaf was imperfect, marked by tiny blemishes, a testament to the struggle of its existence. It was a microcosm of the world they now inhabited. He felt a prickling sensation on his arm. He looked down to see a small, sharp thorn embedded in his skin. He winced, pulling it out with a quick, rough motion. Blood welled up, a startling crimson against his flesh. It was the first blood he had ever seen, his own blood. It was a stark, visceral reminder of the change, of the vulnerability that had been introduced into their existence. The wound throbbed, a small, insistent pain that mirrored the larger ache in his soul. He looked up at the sky, a vast expanse of cerulean blue, unblemished and indifferent. There were no familiar constellations, no celestial signs he could decipher. It was an alien firmament, a vast, silent witness to their fall. He strained to hear anything, any familiar resonance, but the silence persisted, broken only by the rustling leaves and the distant cries of unseen creatures. The scent of paradise was a fading ghost, a memory he clung to with desperate tenacity. It was the memory of an effortless existence, of a joy so profound it had been woven into the very fabric of his being. Now, that joy was a distant echo, a painful reminder of what had been lost. He was a stranger in a strange land, a king dethroned, a gardener stripped of his Eden. The path ahead was shrouded in mist, a daunting, unknown territory that demanded a courage he was not sure he possessed. He took a breath, the unfamiliar air filling his lungs, and knew that the struggle had just begun. The echoes of Eden were a painful melody, a constant reminder of the symphony of perfection he had once known, now replaced by the discordant, challenging notes of a world forged in struggle and shaped by consequence. He was Adam, and his exile had just begun. The first rays of the sun, no longer a gentle caress but a probing, insistent glare, found Adam already at work. The dew that had settled overnight, once a source of pure, refreshing moisture in Eden, now clung to the unfamiliar vegetation in a way that felt heavy, almost oppressive. He had risen before the full intensity of the sun, driven by a primal urgency, a gnawing emptiness in his stomach that the memory of Eden's bounteous fruits could no longer assuage. This was the new rhythm of his existence, dictated not by the soft hum of divine presence but by the insistent demands of his own body. He knelt before a patch of earth, its surface a chaotic tapestry of pebbles, dried leaves, and the tangled roots of unbidden growth. His hands, still bearing the phantom memory of their celestial softness, now grappled with a reality far more recalcitrant. He had watched the way the seeds of certain plants, those he had seen Eve gathering yesterday, clung stubbornly to the soil. His first attempts to dislodge them were clumsy, his fingers fumbling, his nails, once pristine, now chipped and stained with the dark, loamy earth. There was no inherent yielding, no whisper of welcome as there had been in Eden. This earth demanded effort, a forceful persuasion. With a grunt, he dug his fingers deeper, trying to lever a clump of tough, wiry grass from its anchor. The roots, thick and interwoven, resisted his every pull. A bead of sweat, hot and alien, trickled down his temple, stinging his eye. He blinked it away, the sensation sharp and unpleasant. It was the first time he had felt such a thing, this expulsion of internal moisture brought on by exertion. In Eden, his body had been a vessel of effortless grace, sustained by an ambient energy that required no outward manifestation of physical strain. Now, this simple act of uprooting a weed was an endeavor that taxed his strength, leaving him breathless and with a new, unfamiliar ache in his shoulders. He finally managed to tear a section of the growth free, the earth clinging to its roots like a desperate shroud. He examined it, the tangled mass of subterranean fibers a testament to nature's persistent hold. This was not simply pulling a plant, it was a battle against an unseen network, a subterranean defense system he had never encountered. He tossed the uprooted weeds aside, a small pile growing beside him, a growing testament to his nascent toil. Each discarded clump was a victory, albeit a small and exhausting one, in this unfamiliar arena. His gaze then fell upon a cluster of small, deep red berries growing on a low-lying bush. He remembered seeing Eve cautiously approach a similar plant yesterday, her movements hesitant, her eyes filled with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. He had observed her pluck one, examine it, and then, after a moment's deliberation, taste it. He recalled the subtle shift in her expression, a flicker of surprise, then a tentative nod. He had been too consumed by the shock of their expulsion to pay much heed then, but now, with the gnawing hunger a more pressing reality, the memory of those berries resurfaced with vivid urgency. He approached the bush slowly, his movements more measured now, more deliberate. He had learned, in the brief hours since their expulsion, that haste could lead to unforeseen discomfort. The plant itself was different from the plants of Eden. Its leaves were rougher, with slightly serrated edges, and small, sharp thorns, like miniature barbs, protruded from the stems. He reached out a hand, his fingers brushing against one of these thorns. A sharp prick, a sudden, surprising pain, drew a small cry from him. He snatched his hand back, examining the tiny wound. A single drop of crimson blood bloomed on his skin, a stark visual confirmation of the new dangers that lurked in this world. This was not the gentle, forgiving touch of Eden, this was a world that could inflict injury, that demanded caution and respect for its inherent perils. He carefully maneuvered his fingers around the thorns, his breath held in his chest. He selected a berry, its surface plump and glistening, and plucked it from the stem. It felt cool in his palm. He held it up, examining its color, its shape. It was simple, unadorned, yet it represented a profound shift. This was not a fruit offered freely, bathed in divine light. This was a prize to be earned, a sustenance to be sought out amidst potential hazard. He brought it to his lips, the taste a revelation. It was tart, with a sweetness that lingered, a burst of flavor that was both invigorating and, in its very intensity, different from the pure, unadulterated sweetness of Eden's fruits. It was a taste that spoke of struggle, of the earth's hidden bounty, of a survival that was now inextricably linked to his own efforts. He ate another, then another, his initial hesitation giving way to a more confident consumption as the hunger began to subside. He looked around the immediate vicinity, his eyes scanning the undergrowth with a new intensity. He saw other plants, some with unfamiliar leaves, others with strange, pod-like fruits. His mind, once filled with an intuitive understanding of Eden's flora, was now a blank slate, an empty vessel needing to be filled with the hard-won knowledge of this new world. Every plant was a question, every potential food source a puzzle to be solved. He realized with a dawning clarity that his previous knowledge, while vast, was now almost entirely irrelevant. His stewardship in Eden had been one of tending and appreciating, here, it would be one of discovery and careful selection. He moved to a different area, drawn by a clump of what appeared to be broad, leafy greens. He remembered seeing creatures, small, swift things, nibbling at similar plants yesterday. He approached with caution, his earlier encounter with the thorns a fresh memory. He gently pulled a leaf from its stem. It felt surprisingly sturdy, its texture slightly waxy. He brought it to his nose, inhaling its scent. It was earthy, with a subtle, almost peppery aroma. He hesitated. Was it safe? The question itself was a testament to his fall. In Eden, every plant had been inherently safe, their edibility a given. Now, doubt was a constant companion. He remembered the serpent's whisper, the seductive allure of knowledge, the promise of becoming like the Elohim, knowing good and evil. He had chosen to know, and now he understood. Knowledge in this world was not a gift freely bestowed, it was a weapon to be forged, a shield to be constructed through trial and error. He decided to test the leaf, a small piece between his fingers, and then, after a moment's internal debate, a small bite. The taste was indeed peppery, a sharp, invigorating sensation that spread across his tongue. It was not unpleasant, but it was distinct, a flavor that demanded attention. He ate a few more leaves, savoring the sensation, noting the way it made his mouth feel clean. He catalogued this plant in his mind, a small victory in the ongoing campaign for sustenance. As the sun climbed higher, its heat intensified. He could feel the warmth pressing down on his skin, a tangible weight. The sweat no longer just trickled, it streamed down his back, soaking the rough fabric of his garment. His muscles began to ache with a dull, persistent throb. He had never experienced this sensation before, this physical weariness that seeped into his very bones. In Eden, his energy had been boundless, his strength a constant, effortless presence. Now, each movement, each task, chipped away at his reserves. He understood, with a chilling clarity, the meaning of toil. It was the expenditure of one's physical self for the sake of survival, a constant negotiation with the limitations of his own body. He paused, leaning against the rough bark of an unfamiliar tree. He looked back towards the direction of their expulsion, though the dense foliage obscured any view of the flaming sword or the shimmering barrier. The memory of that gateway, however, was etched into his very being. It was the boundary between the effortless paradise and the demanding reality. He had crossed it, willingly or not, and there was no turning back. The weight of that irreversibility pressed down on him, a burden heavier than the sun's heat or the ache in his limbs. He thought of Eve. He had seen her earlier, her face etched with the same dawning comprehension of their new existence. She had been gathering roots, her movements tentative, her eyes scanning the ground with a similar, cautious curiosity. They were separate in their immediate tasks, yet intrinsically bound by their shared fate. He longed to share his discoveries, to offer her the berries he had found, to alleviate her hunger, but a strange reticence held him back. It was as if a new layer of individuality had been imposed upon them, a subtle but profound separation that had not existed before. In Eden, their communion had been seamless, their needs and desires intertwined. Now, each had to navigate their own challenges, their own path to survival. He continued his work, his hands now moving with a little more practiced rhythm, though the inherent difficulty remained. He learned to identify the plants that clung most stubbornly to the earth, the ones that required a sustained effort to dislodge. He learned to distinguish between the sharp, piercing thorns and the softer, more yielding tendrils. He discovered that the ground varied in its texture. Some areas were soft and yielding, others hard and packed, requiring him to use a sharpened stick, a tool he had fashioned by scraping one end against a rough stone, to break through the tougher surfaces. This simple act of tool-making, of transforming a natural object into something useful, was a nascent spark of ingenuity born of necessity. As the sun began its slow descent, casting long shadows across the land, Adam felt a profound sense of exhaustion wash over him. It was a weariness that went beyond the physical. It was a mental fatigue, a constant vigilance, a continuous assessment of his surroundings, a calculated effort to avoid harm and secure sustenance. He had gathered a small collection of berries and edible leaves, a meager hoard compared to the effortless abundance of Eden, but it was a tangible result of his day's labor. He held a handful of the tart berries, their crimson hue a vibrant contrast to his dirt-stained fingers. He looked up at the sky, now painted with hues of orange and purple. The silence of the evening was different from the silence of the morning. It was a silence filled with the rustling of unseen creatures, the distant hoots of birds settling for the night, a symphony of a world that continued to exist, to strive, to survive, independent of his presence, yet now inextricably linked to his own struggle. He felt a profound sense of isolation, a solitude that was not the peaceful quiet of Eden but a stark, unnerving emptiness. He knew he had to find Eve, to share what little he had gathered, to face the coming night together. But as he began to move, a sudden, sharp pain shot through his foot. He looked down to see a small, dark insect with multiple legs scuttling away, leaving behind a throbbing welt on his ankle. He flinched, a wave of discomfort washing over him. He had been so focused on the plants, the thorns, the hard earth, that he had overlooked the smaller creatures, the unseen dangers that also populated this new world. He sat down heavily, his heart pounding. This was the consequence, he realized. Not just the physical exhaustion, the scratches and the bites, but the constant, unending vigilance required to simply exist. Survival here was not a passive state, it was an active, relentless battle. He had learned more in this single day than he had in all his years in Eden. He had learned the sting of sweat, the ache of exhaustion, the sharp bite of a thorn, the persistent throb of an insect's sting. He had learned that sustenance was not a gift, but a prize to be earned. He had learned that the earth, once his gentle companion, was now a formidable adversary, a place of both bounty and peril. As the last vestiges of daylight faded, he rose, his movements stiff and deliberate. The path ahead was shrouded in an encroaching darkness, a darkness that amplified the sounds of the night and the uncertainties of his new existence. The memory of Eden's eternal twilight, a gentle, constant luminescence, was a painful contrast to the deep, absolute night that now awaited him. He took a deep breath, the cool night air filling his lungs, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and unknown blossoms. It was the scent of his new reality, a reality forged in toil, shaped by consequence, and demanding a strength he was only just beginning to discover within himself. The first dawn of toil had passed, leaving him not only physically weary but also with a nascent understanding of the immense, ongoing struggle that lay before him. The weight of the setting sun pressed down on Adam, a physical manifestation of the heavier burden settling in his soul. He had found Eve by a small cluster of rocks, her back to him, her shoulders hunched in a posture that spoke not just of weariness, but of a profound, internal ache. He approached slowly, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot the only sound in the deepening twilight. He carried with him the meager collection of berries and leaves, a testament to his day's relentless effort, yet in his heart, it felt like an offering too small to appease the immense void that had opened between them. "Eve," he said, his voice rough with a fatigue that went deeper than bone. She turned, and the sight of her face, illuminated by the fading light, struck him anew. The vibrant spark that had once danced in her eyes was muted, replaced by a shadow of something he couldn't quite decipher, a mixture of hurt, accusation, and a sorrow that mirrored his own. Her hands were stained with earth, the knuckles raw from her own day of digging and foraging, a silent parallel to his own toil. "Adam," she replied, her voice a low murmur, barely audible above the rustling of the leaves. There was no warmth in her tone, no eagerness to share the day's discoveries. Instead, a quiet, unnerving distance had settled between them. He held out the berries. "I found these. They are tart, but sweet. And these leaves," he gestured to the bundle of greens, "they have a peppery taste. They seem safe." Eve looked at the offerings, her gaze lingering on his dirt-stained hands before slowly meeting his eyes. She didn't reach for the berries. Instead, she asked, her voice soft but laced with an edge that pricked at his conscience, "Did you think of me when you ate them, Adam? Did you wonder if I would be hungry?" The question hung in the air, sharp and unyielding. He had thought of her, of course, of their shared plight, of the gnawing emptiness in her stomach, but his thoughts had been fragmented, interspersed with the overwhelming struggle for his own immediate survival. He had been so consumed by the physical demands of this new world, by the primal instinct to secure sustenance, that the subtle nuances of their connection, the unspoken expectations of their shared existence, had momentarily receded. I did," he stammered, the words feeling inadequate even as he spoke them. "But the thorns, Eve. And the earth, it fights back. It is a constant struggle, a fight for every morsel." He gestured vaguely with his hand, as if to encompass the entirety of their changed reality. "I had to learn what was safe, what would sustain us. I remembered the creatures. They ate plants like these." Eve's gaze remained fixed on him, her expression unreadable. "You remembered the creatures," she echoed, the words devoid of emotion. "But did you remember me, Adam? Did you remember that we are one? That what you learned, I needed to learn too? Or did you think only of yourself, of your own hunger, and your own fears? Her words were a lash, and he flinched inwardly. He had always been the one to lead, to understand, to be the first to encounter the new. In Eden, this had been a source of pride, a fulfillment of his designated role. Now, it felt like a brand, a constant reminder of his ultimate failure. He had been the first to taste the forbidden fruit, the first to fall, and now he was the first to face the harsh realities of this fallen world, and with it, the crushing weight of Eve's unspoken blame. "Eve, that is not fair," he said, his voice rising slightly. "I am trying. We are both trying. This is not Eden. We cannot expect things to be the same." "Why can't they be the same, Adam?" she challenged, her voice gaining a brittle strength. "Why should they be different? It was your choice. You made the decision. And now we are here." She gestured around them, her hands sweeping across the darkening landscape. "And you are leading us into what? A life of constant struggle, of suspicion, of hunger. Guilt, a sharp, visceral thing, twisted in his gut." Her words were a mirror reflecting the very fears that had been gnawing at him since the moment they stepped through the broken gates of paradise. He had stepped out, and she had followed. He had spoken, and she had believed. The responsibility was immense, a crushing weight that threatened to buckle his knees. He had been so confident, so sure of the serpent's promise, so eager for the knowledge that would elevate them. And now, the knowledge was here, but it was a cruel, bitter thing, revealing only the depth of their loss. "It was not my choice alone, Eve," he said, his voice a low plea. We both tasted. But you were the one who was offered it first," she countered, her gaze unwavering. "And you were the one who spoke to the serpent. You were the one who convinced me. You are the leader, Adam. You were meant to be my shepherd, my protector." And instead, she trailed off, her voice catching, and she turned away again, her gaze fixed on some distant point in the fading light. He watched her, a profound sadness washing over him. The easy companionship they had shared, the seamless understanding, the innocent joy of their intertwined existence, it was all gone, replaced by this fragile, fraught distance. He longed to bridge the chasm, to offer comfort, to reassure her that they would find a way through this, but he found himself hesitant, unsure of how to navigate these new emotional currents. He had never had to consciously reassure Eve before. Their connection had been as natural and effortless as breathing. Now, it required conscious effort, words that felt clumsy and insufficient, and a level of vulnerability he had not yet learned to embrace. He remembered their early days in Eden, the way they had moved as one, their thoughts and desires flowing between them without the need for articulation. He had simply known Eve's needs, and she had known his. They had been two halves of a perfect whole, a reflection of the divine unity that had created them. Now, that unity was fractured, and he felt the sharp, unsettling sting of his own separateness, and hers. He was Adam, the man who had chosen knowledge, and she was Eve, the woman who had followed, and in that act of separation, a new kind of burden had been laid upon them. He took a step towards her, his hand outstretched, then hesitated. What could he say? "Forgive me," but forgiveness felt like a luxury they could no longer afford, a concept that belonged to a world of innocence they had forfeited. "I'm sorry." Sorry for what? For his own weakness, for his flawed judgment, for the very nature of the knowledge he had so eagerly sought. "Eve," he tried again, his voice softer this time. "We cannot dwell on what has been. We have to face what is. We have to survive." She finally turned back to him, and he saw a flicker of something in her eyes, a spark of defiance amidst the sorrow. "And how do we survive, Adam? By blaming each other. By isolating ourselves in our own guilt and our own fear." Her words struck a nerve. He felt the prickle of defensiveness rising within him. He had spent the entire day wrestling with his own culpability, his own failures. Was she not also responsible? Had she not also chosen to taste? "I am not blaming you, Eve," he said, his voice tight. "I am simply stating a fact. We are in this together. And we will find a way." "Will we?" she murmured, her gaze falling to the ground again. Or will we just find more ways to hurt each other? The question was a quiet testament to the profound shift that had occurred between them. The innocent trust that had once defined their relationship was now tinged with suspicion, with the unspoken accusation that lingered in the air like a foul odor. He saw in her eyes the burgeoning realization that their bond, once seemingly unbreakable, was now vulnerable, susceptible to the same forces that had led to their expulsion. He knelt beside her, the rough ground a stark contrast to the soft, yielding earth of Eden. He reached out, his fingers brushing against hers. This time, she did not pull away. Her fingers, though still stained and rough, were cool against his. It was a small gesture, a fragile bridge across the widening chasm, but it was a start. "We will find a way," he repeated, his voice firm, a promise more to himself than to her. "We will learn. We will adapt. We will not let this break us." She looked at him then, a long, searching look that seemed to penetrate the depths of his being. He saw a glimmer of something akin to hope in her eyes, a faint ember of their former unity. But it was fragile, easily extinguished. "You speak of leadership, Adam," she said, her voice softer now, more reflective. "But leadership is not just about making decisions. It is about understanding, about empathy, about carrying the burden with and for those you led. You led us out of Eden. Now, you must lead us through this. But you must lead us with more than just strength. You must lead us with understanding." Her words echoed in his mind, a profound truth he had not yet fully grasped. He had been so focused on the external struggle for survival, on the physical challenges of this new world, that he had neglected the internal landscape of their relationship, the delicate ecosystem of their shared humanity. He had made a choice, a momentous decision, and the consequences rippled not only through their physical existence but through the very fabric of their connection. He looked at the berries in his hand, then at the leaves. These were not just sustenance anymore. They were symbols. Symbols of his failure, yes, but also symbols of his responsibility, of his ongoing quest to provide for Eve, to protect her, to rebuild what had been broken. He had brought her a small offering of food, but what she truly craved, he now understood, was a testament to his renewed commitment, a promise of a shared path forward, a leadership that was not just about command, but about communion. "I understand, Eve," he said, his voice low and earnest. "I understand that the greatest struggle we face is not with the earth, but with ourselves. And with each other. And I will strive to be the leader you need me to be." He held out the berries again. "Let us eat. Together." She hesitated for a moment, her gaze flicking from his eyes to the fruit. Then, with a small, almost imperceptible nod, she reached out and took a berry. Their fingers brushed again, a fleeting contact, but it felt significant, a silent acknowledgement of their shared fate and their renewed attempt to face it as one. As she brought the berry to her lips, the tart sweetness a stark contrast to the bitterness of their recent exchanges, a fragile sense of hope, tentative and yet persistent, began to bloom in the darkening garden. The whispers of blame had not yet ceased, the burden of their decision still weighed heavily, but in that shared act, a new seed of understanding was sown, a testament to the enduring, albeit now complicated, bond between the first man and the first woman. The true test of their leadership, he realized, was not in conquering the world, but in conquering the divisions within themselves and between each other. And that, he knew, would be the longest, most arduous journey of all. The harsh tang of the earth, a constant reminder of their expulsion, still clung to Adam's tongue. Each breath was a conscious effort, a deliberate act of inhaling a world that felt both alien and overwhelmingly familiar. Eden, with its boundless bounty and effortless grace, was a memory now, a dream from which he had awoken to a stark, unforgiving reality. He had walked with Eve through the desolate plains, their footsteps leaving faint impressions on soil that seemed to hold no promise. The setting sun, a fiery orb bleeding into the bruised sky, cast long, distorted shadows that mirrored the anxieties gnawing at his soul. He had found her by the rocks, her posture a testament to a sorrow that ran deeper than any physical pain. Their exchange had been a painful ballet of accusation and guilt, a stark illumination of the chasm that had opened between them. He had offered berries, a meager offering, and she had questioned his awareness, his presence in their shared struggle. He had tried to explain the brutal realities of their new existence, the constant battle for sustenance, the unforgiving nature of the very ground beneath their feet. But his words had felt hollow, insufficient to bridge the chasm of unspoken grievances. Eve's quiet challenge, why can't they be the same, Adam? Why should they be different? It was your choice. You made the decision, had struck him like a physical blow. He had been the first to speak to the serpent, the first to taste the forbidden knowledge. And she, in her trust, her dependence, had followed. The weight of that responsibility was a crushing force, a constant pressure against his chest. He had yearned for understanding, for knowledge, and in return, he had received a harsh, brutal awakening. The unity they had shared, the effortless flow of their thoughts and desires, had been shattered, replaced by the chilling realization of their individual selves, their separate vulnerabilities. He had knelt beside her, a gesture of appeasement, of renewed commitment, and in the tentative touch of their fingers, a fragile seed of hope had been sown. He had spoken of leadership, of understanding, and she had acknowledged the need for a different kind of guidance, one that embraced empathy and shared burden. As they had shared the tart berries, a silent pact was forged, a fragile understanding that their greatest struggle lay not in the external world, but within themselves, and between each other. He had promised to strive to be the leader she needed, and in that shared act of eating, a new path, however uncertain, had begun to unfold. Now, as the last vestiges of twilight bled from the sky, Adam found himself drawn away from their makeshift shelter. A restless energy, born of a mind that refused to cease its frantic calculations, propelled him forward. He needed to understand this world, to decipher its secrets, to find a way to not merely survive, but to truly live. His gaze, no longer fixed on the ground or on Eve's troubled face, scanned the horizon. The familiar, yet now alien, landscape was alive with subtle movements, with sounds that had once been mere background noise in the symphony of Eden, but now demanded his full attention. He saw the determined thrust of a young shoot, a vibrant green defiant against the ochre dust, pushing its way through a crack in a weathered stone. It was a small thing, easily overlooked, yet it held within it a universe of resilience. He watched as it unfurled its tender leaves, reaching towards the faint starlight, an unconscious affirmation of life's unyielding imperative. This relentless urge to grow, to persist, resonated deeply within him. Was this world, this desolate expanse, merely a punishment, a barren prison designed to inflict unending hardship? Or was it something else entirely? Could it be a new kind of garden, one that demanded effort, ingenuity, and a profound understanding of its own unique rhythms? He recalled the serpent's whisper, the promise of knowledge that would make them like gods, knowing good and evil. He had sought that knowledge, craving the elevation it promised. Now, he had it, and it was a heavy, double-edged sword, revealing the depths of their fall, but also, perhaps, the potential for a new kind of strength, a wisdom forged in the crucible of adversity. He observed the shadows lengthen, the night creatures begin their unseen ballet. The distant cry of a jackal, a mournful sound that pierced the silence, was not just a threat, but an indication of life, of a functioning ecosystem. He remembered the creatures he had seen in Eden, their varied forms and habits, their inherent place in the grand design. Here, too, there was a design, albeit one he was only beginning to perceive. The rustle of unseen wings in the sparse foliage, the scuttling of small creatures across the parched earth. Each sound was a clue, a piece of a puzzle he was compelled to solve. His mind raced, piecing together observations from his day. He had seen how the sparse, thorny bushes seemed to anchor themselves deep into the ground, their roots a testament to their tenacity. He had noticed the subtle changes in the air, the way the wind carried different scents before a change in the sky, hinting at moisture unseen. These were not the effortless gifts of Eden, these were the hard-won secrets of survival, whispered by the land itself. He felt a nascent understanding stirring within him, a dawning awareness that this world, though harsh, was not devoid of life, nor was it inherently hostile. It was simply different. It operated on its own terms, demanding respect, adaptation, and a keen observation of its intricate workings. He thought of Eve, of her quiet strength, her innate sensitivity. She, too, would need to understand these changes, to learn to read the subtle language of their new home. Their survival depended not just on his ability to forage and find shelter, but on their shared ability to interpret the signs, to work in concert with the environment rather than against it. The despair that had clung to him like the dust of their expulsion was not entirely gone, but it was beginning to recede, making space for a flicker of something else. It was not the carefree joy of Eden, but a more profound, hard-won optimism. It was the belief that even in desolation, life found a way. It was the recognition that within their own beings, within their connection, lay a resilience that mirrored the very earth they now inhabited. He found himself tracing the patterns of the stars that were beginning to emerge in the darkening sky. They were the same stars that had shone over Eden, yet their silent presence now felt imbued with a different meaning. They were no longer a backdrop to effortless existence, but constant celestial markers, guiding his contemplation, urging him towards a deeper understanding of their place within the vastness of creation. He had been given knowledge, a painful, humbling gift, and he was beginning to realize that its true value lay not in its power to elevate, but in its capacity to inform, to guide, and ultimately, to foster growth. The question of whether this new world was a prison or a potential garden was no longer a simple dichotomy. It was a spectrum, a delicate balance, and their ability to navigate it would depend on their willingness to learn, to adapt, and to embrace the inherent challenges. The call of the wild, once a source of unease, now beckoned with a subtle promise of discovery. He turned back towards the faint glow of their nascent fire, a renewed sense of purpose guiding his steps. He would share these observations with Eve, not as pronouncements of leadership, but as shared explorations, the first tentative steps in their journey to cultivate not just a garden of physical sustenance, but a garden of the soul, in the heart of this wild, untamed world. The weight of their expulsion remained, a shadow that would likely never fully dissipate, but now, alongside it, a fragile seed of hope had begun to sprout, nurtured by the relentless, insistent pulse of life itself. The path ahead was uncertain, fraught with peril, but for the first time since leaving the sanctuary of Eden, Adam felt a stirring of something akin to anticipation, a quiet readiness to face whatever this new dawn might bring. He saw the resilient scrub clinging to the rocky outcrops, the way the hardy grasses, though sparse, held firm against the wind. He noticed the subtle shifts in the soil's texture, from loose dust to firmer, more compacted earth, each variation a clue to the hidden resources it might contain. His eyes, honed by a day of desperate foraging, now scanned with a different purpose, seeking not just immediate sustenance, but understanding. He watched a beetle, iridescent in the fading light, meticulously navigate a network of tiny pebbles, its determined progress a miniature epic of survival. It was a creature utterly unburdened by the complexities of knowledge or the weight of a fallen existence, yet its persistence was a profound lesson. It simply was, and in its being, it thrived. This raw, unadulterated existence, so different from their own complex consciousness, offered a strange sort of peace. It was a reminder that life, in its most fundamental form, was a force of nature, an unstoppable current that flowed even through the most barren landscapes. He found himself pondering the intricate balance of the wild. The predator and the prey, the seed and the soil, the sun and the rain, each element played its part in a grand, unfolding drama. He had witnessed this in Eden, but then it had been a benevolent, effortless harmony. Now, he saw the teeth and claws beneath the beauty, the struggle for survival that underpinned every flourishing leaf. It was a more honest, perhaps even more profound, kind of beauty. He returned to their campsite, the small fire casting flickering shadows that danced with the approaching night. Eve sat tending the embers, her face a study in quiet contemplation. He sat beside her, the warmth of the fire a comforting counterpoint to the cool night air. He began to speak, not of grand pronouncements, but of his observations, his questions. He spoke of the determined shoot, the tenacious roots, the unyielding rhythm of the natural world. He spoke of the beetle, its small, persistent journey. He did not offer answers, but rather, shared his burgeoning understanding, his growing respect for the resilience of life. He spoke of the distant cries of the creatures, no longer just sounds of threat, but evidence of existence, of a complex tapestry of life that was unfolding around them, indifferent to their plight, yet offering vital clues to their own survival. "Eve," he began, his voice low and steady, "this world. It is not empty. It is filled with life, with patterns we did not see in Eden. The plants, they fight to grow, to reach for the light. The creatures, they move with a purpose, following instincts we are only beginning to understand." He paused, letting his words settle between them. "I watched a small shoot push through the rock today. It was so fragile, yet so determined. It reminded me that even here, life finds a way." Eve listened, her gaze fixed on the dancing flames. He saw a flicker of interest in her eyes, a softening of the lines of worry that had etched themselves around her mouth. He continued, describing the intricate balance he was beginning to perceive, the constant interplay of forces that sustained existence. He spoke of the need to observe, to learn, to adapt to the land's own ways, rather than impose their will upon it. "We cannot expect this land to yield to us as Eden did," he admitted, a confession of his own past naivety. "It demands something of us. It demands our attention, our patience, our willingness to learn its language. It is a different kind of existence, Eve. Not one of ease, perhaps, but one of possibility." He watched her closely, searching for a sign, a hint of understanding. The weight of their expulsion was a heavy cloak, and the despair it engendered was a seductive companion. But in his observations, in the sheer, unadulterated persistence of life around them, he had found a fragile counterpoint, a quiet testament to the enduring spirit of creation. It was a seed of hope, small and vulnerable, but undeniably present. It was the dawning realization that even in a shattered garden, new life could take root, and with it, a new kind of meaning could be found. The struggle would be immense, the path arduous, but the possibility of growth, of a different, perhaps even richer, existence, had begun to illuminate the darkness. He saw in her eyes a reflection of the fire, not just its warmth, but its steady, unwavering flame, a symbol of the resilience he was beginning to feel within himself. The garden was shattered, yes, but the earth remained, fertile with the potential for a new beginning. The relentless sun beat down, not with the gentle warmth of Eden's mornings, but with a fierce, scrutinizing glare. Adam felt it on his skin, a burning awareness that pierced through the rose-spun fabric of his simple garment. It was more than just heat, it was the palpable pressure of a gaze, an infinite, all-encompassing observation. Every breath he drew felt drawn into the furnace of divine attention, every rustle of the wind a whispered judgment. He looked up at the vast, impossibly blue sky, a canvas so immense it seemed to swallow sound and hope alike. There was no cloud to offer respite, no shade to soften the intensity. It was a vast, unblinking eye, forever fixed upon him, upon Eve, upon their every nascent step in this new, unforgiving world. He had always understood God's presence in Eden. It was a comforting embrace, a nurturing hand that guided them through a paradise of effortless abundance. There, divine awareness was a reassurance, a promise of unending love and provision. Now, it felt like a relentless spotlight, exposing every flaw, every lapse in their fractured innocence. The silence that answered his unspoken pleas was no longer serene, but deafening, heavy with the unspoken weight of their transgression. He would kneel, the rough earth pressing into his knees, and try to articulate the questions that clawed at his soul. Why this harshness? Why this struggle? What is it you ask of us now? But the sky offered no celestial whisper, no comforting murmur. Only the relentless, silent scrutiny, amplified by the vast, indifferent expanse. He found himself performing actions with a heightened self-consciousness. When he gathered fallen branches for their meager fire, he felt the divine awareness tracing the lines of his movements, cataloging his effort, perhaps even the intent behind it. Was he gathering enough? Was he gathering too much? Was his struggle perceived as genuine remorse, or merely a futile attempt to reclaim what was lost? He would catch Eve's eye, and in the shared vulnerability of her gaze, he saw a mirror of his own disquiet. She, too, felt the weight of that omnipresent scrutiny, the chilling knowledge that every sigh, every tear, every unspoken thought, was laid bare before the Creator. The ferocity of the wind, which whipped dust into their eyes and tugged at their garments, no longer seemed a natural phenomenon but a manifestation of divine displeasure. It was as if the very atmosphere was in league with their accuser, howling its condemnation across the desolate plains. He would brace himself against its force, not just for physical stability, but as a subconscious act of defiance, a silent assertion that he would not be broken, even under the gaze of the Almighty. But the wind always found a way, its breath cold and relentless, a constant reminder of their precarious existence. He began to interpret the natural world through this lens of divine judgment. The thorny bushes that clawed at their skin were not merely plants adapted to harsh conditions, but deliberate obstacles, tests of their endurance. The scuttling creatures of the night, their eyes gleaming in the darkness, were not just part of the ecosystem, but perhaps omens, or messengers, carrying divine pronouncements he couldn't decipher. He would lie awake at night, the crackling fire a small island of warmth in the immensity of the darkness, and feel the stars above, not as distant beacons of beauty, but as countless, cold eyes, watching, waiting, judging. Each twinkle seemed to carry a question, each constellation a silent accusation. This constant awareness of being watched altered the very fabric of their thoughts. The simple act of looking at Eve, of remembering the intimacy they had shared, was now tinged with a new kind of apprehension. Was even their affection under scrutiny? Were their unspoken desires, their lingering regrets, being catalogued and weighed? He found himself censoring his own mind, a practice that felt both futile and profoundly alien. How could one control the very essence of thought, the spontaneous blossoming of the mind? Yet, the perceived gaze of the divine compelled him to try. He wrestled with the concept of faith in this new context. In Eden, faith had been an effortless surrender, a complete trust in the benevolent will of God. Now, it was a desperate clinging, a fragile hope that somewhere within this unyielding scrutiny, there was still a flicker of grace, a hidden purpose that transcended their immediate suffering. He prayed not for a return to Eden, for he knew that door was forever shut, but for understanding, for a sign that their existence here was not a meaningless punishment, but a path towards some greater, albeit obscured, truth. But his prayers, when voiced, felt thin and reedy against the vast silence, swallowed by the immensity of the sky. He remembered the serpent's seductive words, the promise of knowledge, of becoming like gods, knowing good and evil. He had grasped at that knowledge, yearning for its power, and now he possessed it, or at least its bitter consequence. He knew the difference between good and evil, and the knowledge was a heavy burden, a constant internal debate. Every decision, no matter how small, was now fraught with the awareness of its moral dimension, and the perceived judgment that would accompany it. This internal conflict was a private torment, amplified by the feeling that even his internal battles were being observed. The isolation was profound. They were the only two beings on this vast, raw earth, stripped of the comforting presence of the divine that had once been so immediate. They were separated from the garden, from the life they had known, and it seemed, from the very empathy of their Creator. This was the true nature of their expulsion, he realized, not just the loss of paradise, but the terrifying realization of their solitude under an unblinking, unyielding gaze. They were alone, together, in the starkest possible way, their every breath and heartbeat a testament to their continued existence, and thus, their continued subjection to divine observation. He tried to articulate this growing unease to Eve, not to burden her further, but to share the weight. "Do you feel it, Eve?" he would ask, his voice hushed, as if the wind itself might carry his words beyond their intended audience. "The way the sky watches us. The way every stone seems to hold its breath, waiting to see what we will do next." Eve, her face etched with a weariness that ran deeper than muscle or bone, would nod slowly. Her responses were often quiet, introspective. "It is as if the very air is a mirror," she might say, her voice soft, reflecting back to us every regret, every fear we try to hide. "I cannot even think a thought without feeling its weight, as if it is being noted down somewhere." He saw the toll this took on her. Her initial spirit, though tested, had always possessed a resilient luminescence. Now, it seemed dulled, shadowed by a constant anxiety. She would often gaze into the distance, her brow furrowed, as if searching for an answer in the empty horizon. He knew she was grappling with the same questions, the same oppressive awareness of being under divine scrutiny. Their shared burden, though unspoken, was a palpable force between them, a silent acknowledgement of their collective vulnerability. He began to understand that their new existence was not merely about physical survival, but about a fundamental redefinition of their relationship with the divine. It was a period of profound reckoning, where faith was not a matter of passive acceptance, but of active, conscious navigation. Every sunrise was a renewed challenge, every sunset a quiet reprieve, only to be followed by the long, watchful night. He knew they would have to learn to live with this constant awareness, to find a way to be human, to love, to strive, and to simply be, under the unblinking, unwavering gaze of their Creator. It was a terrifying prospect, yet within that terror, a strange, almost defiant, resolve began to take root. They had been cast out, but they were not yet annihilated. And as long as they existed, they would exist under that gaze, and they would continue to learn, to adapt, and perhaps, in the very act of enduring, to find a new kind of meaning. The harshness of their new reality was not an absence of God, Adam concluded, but a terrifying manifestation of His presence. It was the divine will made manifest in a world stripped bare of its former ease, a world where consequence was immediate and undeniable. The sun's unyielding glare was a constant reminder that their actions, their very existence, were not hidden from His sight. He found himself looking for signs, not of favor, but of direction. Was the way a stream carved its path through the rock a lesson in persistence? Was the tenacity of a lone wildflower pushing through cracked earth an instruction in resilience? Every observation became a potential sermon, every natural event a parable for their fallen state. He would often pause in his work, mid-stride, his hand reaching for a wild root, and tilt his head, as if listening for a celestial whisper. The silence that met him was not empty, he was beginning to understand, but full. Full of his unspoken judgments, his unseen directives. It was a silence that demanded introspection, a profound self-awareness. He felt the weight of every thought, every fleeting impulse, as if it were being weighed on an invisible scale. This was the essence of their new covenant, not one of spoken laws and clear commandments, but of an internalized moral compass, guided by the omnipresent awareness of a watchful, judging divine presence. He saw the divine will not as a capricious whim, but as a constant, unwavering principle. The very laws of nature, harsh though they were, spoke of order, of consequence. The seed that was not planted would not grow. The predator that did not hunt would not eat. These were not arbitrary pronouncements, but the fundamental truths of existence, made starkly apparent in their new world. And he, Adam, as the first man, bore the ultimate responsibility for understanding and embodying these truths, not just for himself, but for Eve, and for any future generations that might arise from their union. The weight of that responsibility was immense, a crushing pressure that made each breath a deliberate act of will. He noticed how Eve's gaze would often drift upwards, towards the heavens, a silent communion he could not fully penetrate. He wondered what she saw there, what silent conversations she was having with the divine observer. Was she pleading for mercy, seeking forgiveness, or perhaps, in her own way, trying to decipher the unspoken will that governed their lives? He longed to bridge that silent gap, to understand the nuances of her internal landscape, for he knew their survival, their very souls, depended on their shared understanding, their collective ability to navigate this terrain of divine scrutiny. The nights were the most challenging. The darkness seemed to amplify the feeling of being utterly exposed. The distant howls of unseen creatures were not just sounds of the wild, but a constant reminder of their vulnerability, a vulnerability that was amplified by the knowledge that their Creator was watching, perhaps even permitting, their trials. He would hold Eve close, a physical gesture of comfort against the vast, impersonal forces that seemed to govern their lives. In the shared warmth of their embrace, he found a fragile bastion against the overwhelming presence of the divine. He was beginning to understand that faith was not the absence of doubt, but the persistent act of believing in the face of it. It was the courage to continue, to strive, to love, even when the vastness of the cosmos seemed indifferent, even judgmental. It was the quiet understanding that even under the harshest scrutiny, there was a purpose, a design, however inscrutable. And that, in itself, was a form of grace. The shattered garden was not an end, but a beginning, a brutal, unforgiving crucible in which their understanding of God, of themselves, and of their place in the grand, unfolding narrative of creation, was being forged anew. The divine gaze, once a comforting embrace, was now a refining fire, and they, the raw metal, were being shaped by its intense, unwavering heat. Chapter 2. The Unfolding Deluge. The air itself seemed to thrum with a low, persistent dissonance, a murmur of discontent that had seeped into the very marrow of humanity. It was no longer the sharp, sudden shock of transgression, but a pervasive, ingrained rot that had, over countless generations, become the norm. Noah, his gaze often fixed on the distant, hazy horizon where the sky met the bruised earth, felt this dissonance acutely. It was a physical ache in his chest, a constant thrumming that mirrored the restless, unquiet hearts of men. He would walk among them, his worn sandals treading the same dust, yet the chasm that separated his spirit from theirs felt as vast as the heavens themselves. He saw it in the eyes of men, a hardness that had replaced the spark of shared humanity. Greed was no longer a secret vice, but a boastful pursuit, a measure of a man's worth. He witnessed merchants in the bustling market, their faces contorted with cunning, haggling over every scrap, their words laced with deceit. The desperate pleas of the impoverished were met with indifference, or worse, with scorn. A loaf of bread, a handful of grain, these basic necessities, once shared with a spirit of communal care, were now hoarded, bartered at exorbitant prices, leaving the weak to wither. The very act of exchange, once a simple transaction of need, had become a battlefield where the strong preyed upon the vulnerable. Noah would turn away, his heart heavy, the scent of spices and livestock mingling with the acrid tang of despair. The casual cruelty he encountered was perhaps the most chilling aspect. He saw children, their young faces hardened by experience, tormenting small animals, their laughter sharp and devoid of empathy. He saw neighbors, their bonds of community eroded by suspicion and rivalry, turning on each other with venomous words, their disputes escalating into physical altercations with terrifying speed. There were no elders to offer wisdom, no shared rights to bind them. Each man seemed to exist in a self-imposed exile, surrounded by a fortress of his own selfish desires. Even the shared meals, once occasions for fellowship and gratitude, were now fraught with tension, each individual guarding their portion, eyeing others with a suspicion that bordered on paranoia. Lawlessness was not an exception, it was the unwritten rule. The pronouncements of justice, if they still existed in any formalized sense, were clearly as hollow as the promises of the deceitful. Raiding parties, emboldened by the absence of consequence, would descend upon isolated homesteads, leaving ruin and terror in their wake. Families were torn apart, their meager possessions plundered, their futures extinguished in a single, brutal act. Yet, when Noah encountered the survivors, their faces etched with grief and terror, he saw a strange resignation in their eyes, as if this, too, was simply another inevitable hardship in a world that offered little else. The concept of inherent human dignity seemed to have been utterly extinguished, replaced by a primal struggle for survival where might truly made right. He observed the way life itself was treated with a disturbing lack of reverence. The birth of a child, once a cause for immense celebration, was now often met with pragmatic calculations of burden. Those born with infirmities, or those who simply did not fit the mold of physical perfection or economic utility, were often abandoned. Noah had stumbled upon infants, left at the edges of the wilderness, their cries swallowed by the vast indifference of the landscape. He had gathered them, his own heart breaking with each fragile, helpless form, and brought them back, adding them to the small band of outcasts who found refuge under his roof. But even these acts of compassion felt like futile gestures against an overwhelming tide of callousness. The echoes of divine principles, once the foundation upon which their ancestors had built their lives, had faded into myth, or worse, were deliberately twisted to serve selfish ends. Stories of creation, of the early harmony, of the sacredness of life, were no longer spoken with reverence but with derision or cynical manipulation. Those who dared to speak of such things were ostracized, mocked as relics of a bygone era, their righteousness dismissed as foolishness. Noah found himself increasingly alone, his own adherence to the ways of righteousness feeling like a solitary candle flickering in an encroaching storm. The very air he breathed seemed heavy with the unacknowledged sins of his generation. He would sit by the river, watching the ceaseless flow of water, a constant reminder of the passage of time, of generations born and passed into dust. Each ripple seemed to carry a whisper of what had been, a ghostly reminder of a world infused with a reverence for the divine, a world where life held a different, more profound meaning. Now, the riverbanks were often strewn with refuse, the water itself bearing the marks of careless pollution. It was as if all of creation was being systematically defiled, mirroring the corruption within the hearts of men. His own family, though they shared his blood, also bore the scars of this pervasive decay. His sons, blessedly, had inherited a portion of his reverence, but the pressures of the world outside their sanctuary were relentless. They saw the ease with which others acquired wealth through questionable means, the apparent freedom from consequences that seemed to attend the unrighteous. Noah spent his days teaching them, guiding them, reinforcing the values that seemed to be eroding from the world, knowing that their strength of spirit was a constant battle against the siren song of the corrupt society that surrounded them. He prayed for them, for their unwavering faith, and for the strength to shield them from the pervasive darkness. He would often gaze up at the stars, their distant twinkle a stark contrast to the chaos and sin unfolding on the earth below. In their silent, unwavering dance, he saw a glimpse of the divine order, the enduring faithfulness of the cosmos that seemed so absent in the lives of men. He would whisper prayers into the vast expanse, not for himself, but for his generation, for a flicker of remembrance, a spark of awakening before it was too late. But the silence of the night, though beautiful, offered no immediate answer, only the chilling confirmation of his own solitary vigil. The sheer scale of the wickedness was overwhelming. It was not confined to the fringes of society, but had permeated every stratum, every interaction. From the petty thefts that plagued the marketplaces to the grander acts of violence and oppression perpetrated by those in positions of power, the moral fabric had been rent beyond repair. There seemed to be no corner of human endeavor untouched by this creeping blight. The artisans who crafted beautiful objects often did so with stolen materials. The builders who erected grand structures were frequently driven by avarice, their shoddy workmanship a betrayal of trust. Even the simple act of speaking an honest word seemed to be a rarity. He remembered stories from his grandfather, tales passed down through hushed voices, of a time when the world was younger, when the divine presence was felt more keenly, when life was lived with a reverence that seemed almost alien to Noah's current experience. Those tales spoke of a deep connection to the earth, of a profound respect for all living things, of a community bound by shared purpose and divine fear. Now, the earth was exploited, life was cheap, and the only fear that seemed to drive men was the fear of not having enough, the fear of being outmaneuvered by their rivals. Noah's righteous path was an increasingly lonely one. He found himself deliberately avoiding certain gatherings, certain thoroughfares, where the stench of sin was particularly potent. He would steer his sons away from the dens of vice that had sprung up in the shadows of the thriving cities, places where men traded their integrity for fleeting pleasures. His own heart ached with a sorrow that was both personal and universal. He mourned for the potential that was being squandered, for the beauty that was being defiled, for the spiritual heritage that was being discarded like so much worthless dross. The world around him felt like a ship adrift, its rudder broken, its sails torn, tossed about by a tempest of its own making. He, and the few who still clung to the old ways, were like passengers clinging to the mast, praying for a calm sea that seemed increasingly unlikely to ever return. He saw the trajectory, the inexorable descent into a darkness that threatened to consume all. His heart grew heavy with the weight of his knowledge, the terrible certainty of what was to come if this path continued unchecked. It was a knowledge that was both a burden and a terrible responsibility, a silent testament to the unwavering nature of divine justice, even when it was met with such pervasive human blindness. The earth, once a garden of potential, had become a vast, sprawling wasteland of moral decay, and Noah, the blameless man, could only watch, and pray, and bear witness to the unfolding tragedy. The voice, when it came, was not a whisper carried on the wind, nor a fleeting impression in the quiet of his own heart. It was a presence, an encompassing force that seemed to vibrate through the very bedrock of his existence. It descended upon Noah not as a gentle suggestion, but as a thunderous, imperative decree, shattering the relative peace he had managed to cultivate amidst the rampant chaos of the world. It was a command so profound, so utterly outside the realm of human experience, that it struck him with the force of a physical blow, leaving him gasping for air in the sudden, overwhelming silence that followed. He had been tending to a patch of hardy herbs, their leaves stubbornly pushing through the dry, cracked earth near his dwelling. The familiar rhythm of his work, the grounding sensation of soil beneath his calloused fingers, had offered a fragile bulwark against the gnawing disquiet that perpetually shadowed his spirit. Then, it happened. The air grew heavy, not with the oppressive humidity of an approaching storm, but with a palpable, celestial weight. The birds, which usually filled the air with their incessant chatter, fell silent, their tiny forms frozen in mid-flight or huddled in the meager shade of a gnarled fig tree. A hush descended, a profound stillness that was more alarming than any cacophony. And then, the word. It was not spoken with human vocal cords, yet it resonated within him, within the deepest recesses of his being, with an authority that brooked no argument. The voice of the Almighty, the Creator of all that was, the sustainer of every breath, had directly addressed him. It was a communion that transcended understanding, a divine encounter that left him trembling, not with fear, but with an awe so profound it bordered on terror. Noah, the voice boomed, each syllable a wave of pure power, the wickedness of man has reached the heavens, and their cries ascend. I have seen it, Noah. I have witnessed the corruption that stains this earth, the violence that festers, the cruelty that knows no bounds. My heart is grieved by the creation I have made. Noah dropped the handful of herbs he held, their wilting leaves scattering on the parched ground. His knees buckled, and he sank to the earth, his eyes wide, his gaze fixed on nothing and everything at once. He had always known, in the quiet, persistent whisper of his conscience, that the state of the world was an abomination. He had seen the creeping rot, felt its chilling touch, and mourned its inexorable spread. But to hear it articulated by the very source of all goodness, to have his deepest fears confirmed by the divine utterance, it was a burden of knowledge that threatened to crush him. The time of man's reckoning is at hand, the voice continued, each word etched into Noah's soul. The earth groans under the weight of their transgressions. But I will not utterly destroy them without a means of preservation, a seed of future hope. I have chosen you, Noah, a righteous man, blameless in your generation. You will walk with me. Noah's breath hitched. Chosen. The word echoed in the vast chambers of his mind, a startling paradox against the backdrop of his solitary vigil. He, Noah, a mere mortal, a farmer and a builder, a man who felt utterly inadequate even in his own eyes, had been singled out by the Almighty. Then came the decree, the impossible, staggering commission that would redefine his existence and the very future of humanity. I am about to bring a flood of waters upon the earth to destroy all flesh in which is the breath of life from under heaven. Everything that is on the earth shall die. But I will establish my covenant with you. You shall come into the ark, you and your sons, and your wife, and your sons' wives with you. An ark. The word settled in his mind, alien and heavy. He pictured the simple boats that plied the nearby rivers, vessels designed for transport and trade, not for salvation from a world-ending cataclysm. The scope of the command was dizzying, a stark contrast to the immediate reality of his humble life. A flood, not a localized inundation, but a deluge that would encompass the entire earth, wiping out every living creature. His mind reeled. He looked around at the familiar landscape, the dusty plains stretching to the horizon, the sparse acacia trees standing sentinel against the relentless sun. This was his world, the only world he had ever known. How could such a thing be possible? The very notion defied the natural order, the predictable cycles of sun and rain, of seasons and harvests. The heavens, which had always offered a silent, majestic testament to God's enduring creation, were now being invoked as instruments of its complete annihilation. You shall make for yourself an ark of gopher wood, the divine voice instructed, the details unfolding with a chilling precision that left no room for imagination or embellishment. Rooms you shall make in the ark, and you shall cover it inside and outside with pitch. And this is the way you shall make it. The length of the ark shall be 300 cubits, its width 50 cubits, and its height 30 cubits. A roof you shall make to the ark, and a cubit you shall finish it upward from the top. And the door of the ark you shall set in its side. And you shall make it with lower, second, and third decks. 300 cubits long, 50 cubits wide, 30 cubits high. The measurements, spoken with such authority, pressed down on Noah, a tangible manifestation of the task's immensity. He tried to visualize it, to grasp the sheer scale of such a vessel. It was larger than any structure he had ever conceived, larger than any dwelling or temple any man had ever erected. It was a monument to an impossible undertaking, a refuge conceived in the face of unimaginable destruction. And behold, the voice continued, I will bring a flood of waters upon the earth to destroy all flesh from under heaven. Everything that is on the earth shall die. But I will establish my covenant with you. And you shall come into the ark, you and your sons, and your wife, and your sons' wives with you. And of every living thing of all flesh, you shall bring 2 of every kind into the ark to keep them alive with you. They shall be male and female. Of the birds according to their kinds, and of the animals according to their kinds, of every creeping thing of the ground, 2 of every kind shall come into you to keep them alive. The sheer audacity of God's plan clashed violently with the deafening silence and indifference of the world surrounding Noah. He looked out towards the distant settlements, the scattered homesteads where men lived their lives, oblivious to the divine decree. They were consumed by their petty squabbles, their insatiable greed, their casual cruelty. The heavens spoke of an impending, all-encompassing judgment, a cosmic upheaval of unprecedented scale. But the earth, his earth, remained stubbornly deaf. The people were engrossed in their pursuits, their ears seemingly closed to the pronouncements of their Creator. Their lives were a testament to the very transgressions that had sealed their doom, a whirlwind of sin that had reached its apex. Noah's initial reaction was a dizzying cocktail of awe and profound disbelief. His mind, accustomed to the practicalities of farming and building, struggled to comprehend the logistics of such an undertaking. How could one man, even with the help of his family, construct a vessel of such colossal proportions? Where would he procure the materials? How would he gather creatures from every corner of the earth, creatures he had only heard of in whispered legends? The weight of the commission was almost unbearable. It was a solitary endeavor, a monumental task laid upon his shoulders with no discernible support, no earthly assistance. The world he inhabited was a tapestry woven with threads of sin and apathy. It was a place where righteousness was a forgotten language, where divine commands were mere echoes in a forgotten past. To speak of such a divine intervention, of a world-ending flood, would be met with ridicule, with scorn, perhaps even with violence. He was already an anomaly, a man set apart by his adherence to principles that the vast majority had long abandoned. Now, he was tasked with a mission that would surely brand him as a madman. He remembered the ancient tales, passed down from his fathers, stories of creation, of a time when the divine presence was palpable, when the heavens and the earth seemed to exist in a harmonious dialogue. Now, that dialogue was broken, shattered by the clamor of human sin. The divine voice had spoken, its pronouncements resonating with the unshakable truth of eternity. But the earth remained stubbornly deaf, its inhabitants lost in the cacophony of their own self-destruction. A profound sense of isolation washed over Noah. He was the sole recipient of this earth-shattering revelation, the only one privy to the coming judgment and the prescribed means of survival. The weight of this knowledge was a heavy cloak, separating him from every other soul on the face of the earth. He was to be the ark builder, the preserver of life, a lone figure against the tide of impending doom. He looked down at his hands, rough and calloused from years of honest labor. These hands, he thought, were meant to till the soil, to mend fences, to build shelters from the elements, not to construct a vessel that would defy the very elements themselves. The enormity of the task stretched before him, a daunting, seemingly insurmountable mountain range of timber and pitch. The world had grown deaf to the divine cadence, and Noah, the solitary listener, was now burdened with the impossible task of rebuilding a future from the ashes of a world consumed by its own darkness. The heavens had spoken, but the earth, in its deep-seated corruption, seemed determined to remain profoundly deaf. The divine command, once a thunderclap of revelation, now settled upon Noah like a shroud, heavy with an isolation he had never before fathomed. He looked at his hands, weathered by sun and toil, hands that had always found solace in the honest work of the earth. They had planted seeds, nurtured them, and reaped the meager harvests that sustained his family. They had built sturdy walls, repaired tools, and offered comfort to his wife, Naamah, and their sons. But these same hands were now tasked with shaping gopher wood into a vessel so vast, so improbable, that it seemed to mock the very scale of his existence. The world around him continued its relentless march towards oblivion, a blur of careless laughter and drunken revelry. The sounds of their depravity, once a source of deep sorrow and a constant gnawing anxiety, now seemed to recede, muffled by the immense silence that had fallen upon Noah's spirit. He was an island, adrift in a sea of heedless souls. Each act of his devotion, each moment he spent in prayer or contemplation, felt like a stone cast into a bottomless well, its ripples lost before they could reach any shore. He would rise before the sun, not for the familiar comfort of morning chores, but to commune with the Creator, to seek strength for the immense task ahead. He would find himself drawn to the quietest corners of his homestead, away from the boisterous gatherings and the crude jokes that permeated the air. His own sons, though they respected him, struggled to grasp the gravity of his pronouncements. Ham, ever the pragmatist, would often eye the growing piles of timber with a mixture of bewilderment and impatience. "Father," he'd begun, his brow furrowed, "this wood. It's far more than we would ever need for a new dwelling or even to expand the animal pens. What purpose does it serve?" Noah would meet his gaze, a flicker of weariness in his eyes. "It serves a purpose, Ham, a purpose that the world is yet to understand." Shem, the elder, possessed a gentler soul, more attuned to his father's quiet pronouncements, but even he could not fathom the divine scale of the coming judgment. He saw his father's dedication, the unwavering focus that consumed him, but the vision of an all-encompassing deluge remained beyond his comprehension. Japheth, the youngest, often seemed more interested in the gains of his peers, his youthful exuberance a stark contrast to Noah's somber mien. Naamah, his steadfast wife, was his anchor. She felt the shift in him, the immense burden he carried, and though she too could not fully grasp the divine directive, she trusted Noah's heart. She would bring him water and food as he labored, her presence a quiet balm. "Noah," she'd say, her voice soft, "you carry a great weight. Let me share it with you." But she knew, as he knew, that this was a burden that could only be borne alone, within the sanctuary of his own soul. Yet, her silent support, the unwavering love in her eyes, was a light that pierced the encroaching darkness. The whispers began subtly, carried on the same winds that rustled the leaves of the fig trees. First, it was from the distant settlements, then from those who lived nearer his homestead. They called him Noah the Strange, Noah the Dreamer, their voices laced with amusement and derision. He saw the glances, the averted eyes, the quick gestures of their hands as he passed by. They mocked his solitary walks, his bowed head, his seemingly endless days spent felling trees and hewing timbers. They mistook his solemnity for weakness, his faithfulness for foolishness. One sweltering afternoon, as Noah was wrestling a particularly heavy beam into place, a group of men from a nearby village, emboldened by fermented fruit wine, stumbled upon his work. They were a boisterous lot, their laughter coarse and their intentions crude. "Look, it's Noah, the hermit of the hills." One of them jeered, his face flushed and his eyes narrowed. "What marvel are you building, Noah?" Another slurred, stumbling forward. "A palace for your God. Or perhaps a new home for yourself, so you can finally escape the stench of our righteous living." A wave of unwelcome laughter rippled through the group. Noah paused, his muscles aching, his brow slick with sweat. He turned slowly, his gaze steady, not meeting their eyes directly but looking past them, towards the vast expanse of sky that held their future. "I am building a refuge," Noah replied, his voice calm, betraying none of the turmoil churning within him. "A refuge," the first man scoffed, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. "From what? From the heat of the sun? Or perhaps from the disapproving eye of your lonely God?" "From the judgment that is coming," Noah answered, the words feeling heavy on his tongue, a truth they were too blind to perceive. Their laughter intensified, morphing into outright mockery. Judgment. He speaks of judgment. Has the sky fallen on your head, Noah, that you speak such madness? The wickedness of man has reached the heavens, Noah said, quoting the divine words that echoed in his soul. And the Creator has seen it. The Creator has seen it. A third man chimed in, his voice dripping with sarcasm. And what does he do? He sends Noah to build a giant birdhouse. Perhaps he's forgotten how to use his own thunderbolts. They continued to jeer, their words like sharp pebbles thrown at his resolve. They mimicked his posture, his serious expression, exaggerating his every trait into caricature. They spoke of his family, of Nama's quiet strength, of his sons growing up in the shadow of their father's peculiar devotion. They painted him as a man detached from the world, a relic of a forgotten age, his righteousness a futile gesture against the inevitable tide of their pleasure-seeking lives. Noah turned back to his work, the weight of their scorn pressing down on him. He felt a profound sense of grief, not for himself, but for them. They were like children playing with fire, oblivious to the inferno that was rapidly consuming their world. He could see the path they were on, a path leading to an abyss of their own making, and he was powerless to steer them away. His own family, his beloved wife and sons, though they offered support and love, were also caught in this web of misunderstanding. They loved him, but they did not fully comprehend the divine urgency that propelled him. They saw his labor, but not the vision, his struggle, but not the salvation. The isolation was a constant companion, a cold hand on his shoulder. He found himself yearning for a single soul who truly understood, a kindred spirit who could share the weight of this impending doom, the immensity of the divine plan. He was a prophet in his own home, a messenger whose tidings were met with blank stares or outright ridicule. The sheer scale of the task, coupled with this profound human disconnect, was a test of his spirit, a relentless erosion of his peace. Even in his dreams, the loneliness persisted. He would dream of walking through desolate landscapes, the air thick with an oppressive silence, the faces of humanity blurred and indistinct, their voices a distant, mocking murmur. Then, he would see the ark, a colossal, silent sentinel against a roiling, dark sky. He would be alone on its deck, the vast, empty expanse stretching before him, the weight of all living things resting on his solitary shoulders. He would wake with a gasp, his heart pounding, the echo of his own solitude still ringing in his ears. He understood, with a clarity that was both painful and profound, that his righteousness had become his cross. In a world that celebrated excess and embraced depravity, his steadfast adherence to divine law made him an outsider. His quiet devotion was an accusation, his commitment to a higher calling a silent rebuke to their hedonistic pursuits. He was a man out of time, a beacon of integrity in a sea of corruption, and the waves of that sea threatened to drown him in their indifference. He was the chosen one, the preserver of life, yet he felt utterly, terrifyingly alone. The whispers of the world continued, a relentless chorus of scorn, but within Noah, a quiet, unwavering resolve began to solidify, forged in the crucible of his profound isolation. He had been given a mandate, a divine purpose, and though the path was shrouded in loneliness and misunderstanding, he would walk it, one timber, one nail, one prayer at a time. The burden was immense, the isolation crushing, but the promise of a new beginning, however distant and unimaginable, held him captive. He was Noah, and he would build. The air, usually thick with the scent of dust and drying herbs, now carried a different aroma, the sharp, resinous tang of freshly felled timber. It mingled with the pervasive smell of honest labor, sweat, and gopher wood, a scent that was becoming Noah's alone. But as he worked, the human symphony of the valley seemed to crescendo, not with songs of celebration, but with the dissonant chords of judgment. The whispers, once faint murmurings carried on the wind, had coalesced into a steady, accusing drone. They no longer spoke of Noah the strange, or Noah the dreamer, they spoke of Noah the madman. He noticed it in the way the shepherds, their faces etched with the sun and skepticism, would pause their meager flock grazing on the distant hillsides. Their gazes, accustomed to the mundane rhythms of the earth, would fix upon him, upon the growing pile of wood that defied all logic. A shepherd, a man named Elam whose weathered hands had coaxed sustenance from stubborn soil for generations, once called out to him, his voice rough with disbelief. Noah, what grand folly consumes you? Is this some penance? Are you preparing to sail to the moon? Elam's companions chuckled, their laughter a dry rustle like dead leaves. Noah merely inclined his head, his hammer continuing its steady rhythm against a sturdy joint. He offered no explanation. Words, he had learned, were often wasted on ears that refused to hear. The merchants who traversed the dusty trade routes, their carts laden with pottery and woven goods, would slow their pace as they passed his clearing. Their eyes, shrewd and accustomed to assessing value, would linger on the sheer quantity of lumber. Surely, Noah, one stout merchant, his face ruddy from wine and commerce, had called out, his voice echoing across the open ground, "You've not gathered enough wood to build a village. Are you stockpiling for a famine of fire? Or perhaps you intend to blockade the sun itself?" The merchant's entourage snickered, their veiled cynicism sharper than any physical blow. Noah met their eyes, and for a fleeting moment, a profound sorrow welled within him. He saw not malice, but an unthinking adherence to the familiar, a fear of anything that disrupted the established order of their lives. They could not conceive of a threat that was not tangible, of a warning that did not manifest in the immediate, visible world. The young men, flush with the unburdened arrogance of youth, were the most brazen. They would gather at the edge of his property, their faces a mixture of curiosity and contempt, their voices laced with the cruel wit that passed for humor in their circles. They mimicked his deliberate movements, his focused brow, his quiet determination. One afternoon, a group of them, their eyes glinting with mischief, began to hurl small, smooth stones at the piles of wood. They didn't aim for Noah directly, but the stones struck the timber with sharp, percussive sounds, a deliberate disruption of his labor. "He builds an ark," one of them shouted, his voice high and mocking. "For Noah and his wife. Perhaps the fish will be kinder than we are." Another added, "Or maybe he's building a ladder to heaven. He thinks he can climb his way out of judgment." Their laughter was a torrent, a wave of derision that threatened to engulf him. Noah paused, not in anger, but in a deep, weary resignation. He watched them, his heart aching for their blindness. It was as if they were children playing with embers, unaware of the inferno that was gathering strength in the distance. He saw the subtle signs, the way neighbors would avert their eyes, the hurried greetings, the sudden silence that fell when he approached a gathering. He had always been a man of community, his life intertwined with the lives of those around him. Now, a chasm had opened between him and them, a gulf of understanding that seemed unbridgeable. He would hear snatches of their conversations, hushed and furtive, about his delusions, his obsessive behavior. They spoke of his wife, Naamah, as if she were a victim, a woman forced to endure the whims of a man lost in his own fantasies. "Poor Naamah," he heard a woman whisper one market day, her voice dripping with pity. "Such a good woman, married to a man who hears voices. Does she not see he is destroying their livelihood?" His sons, bless their hearts, tried to shield him. Shem, ever the thoughtful one, would subtly steer away any potentially confrontational visitors. Ham, with his blunt practicality, would sometimes confront the more vocal detractors, his voice a low rumble of warning. "My father builds for a reason," he'd state, his jaw set. "You would do well to mind your own affairs." But even they, though they loved and respected him, could not fully grasp the magnitude of the divine command. They saw the labor, the sheer physical undertaking, but the catastrophic vision, the all-consuming deluge, remained a phantom to them, an abstraction. The ridicule was a constant, low-grade fever, a persistent irritant. It chipped away at his resolve, not by breaking it, but by testing its very foundation. He was not immune to their scorn. The human need for acceptance, for belonging, was deeply ingrained. Yet, his obedience to the Creator was a deeper, more potent force. He would often retreat to the silence of his thoughts, seeking solace in the quiet communion he shared with the divine. He would find himself looking up at the vast, impossibly blue sky, a canvas of serene beauty that held the terrifying secret of his mandate. The sun beat down with its usual fervor, the clouds drifted lazily, oblivious to the pronouncements of doom that echoed in Noah's soul. It was a world steeped in a profound, almost willful ignorance. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, a group of men, their faces flushed and their words slurred, approached his homestead. They carried torches, their flickering light casting an unsettling glow on the gopher wood. Their leader, a burly man named Cale, whose reputation for quick temper and heavy fists preceded him, stepped forward. His voice, amplified by the wine he had consumed, was a bellow. "Noah, we've had enough of your mad project. You are a disgrace to this valley, filling our heads with your insane prophecies. What is this mockery?" Noah stood his ground, his hands resting on a half-finished plank. He did not flinch. "It is not mockery, Cale," he said, his voice clear and unwavering. "It is obedience." "Obedience," Cale sneered, taking another step forward. "Obedience to what? To the wind that blows through your empty head. The sky is clear, man. The earth is dry. There is no flood coming." He gestured wildly with a torch, its flames licking at the darkening air. "We are men of the earth, Noah. We feel the seasons. We know the signs. And the only sign here is that you have lost your mind." The other men grumbled in agreement, their faces a mask of suspicion and hostility. One of them, younger and more agitated, brandished a crude knife. "Perhaps he's building this for his enemies, to trap them and then sail away. Or perhaps," Cale continued, his eyes narrowing, "he believes his family is special. That they alone deserve to be saved while the rest of us perish. Is that it, Noah? Are you a proud man, looking down on us?" The accusation hung in the air, heavy and poisonous. Noah's heart ached. He saw the fear in their eyes, cloaked in aggression. They were afraid of being left behind, afraid of a future they could not comprehend, and their fear manifested as anger directed at him, the harbinger of that unknown future. "No, Cale," Noah replied, his voice imbued with a weariness that transcended his years. "I am a servant, and I have been given a task. The wickedness of this world has reached the ears of the Most High. A reckoning is coming, not out of spite, but out of justice." "Justice?" Cale laughed, a harsh, barking sound. "Justice is when we deal with men like you who spread fear and discord. You are the wicked one, Noah, filling your family with tales of doom." He spat on the ground near Noah's feet. "We will not have it. This monstrosity, it must stop." The threat was palpable, a tangible force in the flickering torchlight. Noah knew that his faith, his quiet devotion, had made him a target. In a world that reveled in its own transgressions, his adherence to a higher moral code was an affront. He was an anomaly, a living testament to a truth they had long since abandoned. He looked at their faces, contorted with a mixture of rage and fear, and he understood the profound loneliness of his calling. He was not just building a vessel, he was standing against the tide of human nature itself. He did not flinch, did not retreat. He stood his ground, a solitary figure against the encroaching darkness and the blinding light of their ignorance. He had been commanded, and his obedience was absolute. The whispers of the storm were growing louder in his soul, a silent symphony of impending doom, but for now, the only storm he faced was the tempest of human disbelief. And it was a storm he would weather, alone, with only his faith and the gopher wood as his companions. He felt the weight of their disapproval, the sting of their mockery, but beneath it all, a deep, unshakable resolve had taken root. He was Noah, and he would build. The sky above remained a deceptive, serene blue, a silent witness to the unfolding drama below. The world, in its heedless glory, continued its descent, utterly unaware of the sanctuary being painstakingly crafted by a lone man against the coming deluge. The whispers of the storm were for him alone, a secret communion with the divine, a prophecy carried not in words, but in the relentless rhythm of his hammer, the groan of the timbers, and the quiet fortitude of his soul. The rhythmic clang of Noah's hammer against metal, a sound as familiar to him now as his own heartbeat, was the persistent drumbeat against the symphony of the encroaching storm. Each strike was an act of faith, each nail driven home a testament to a promise whispered in the quiet of his soul. The gopher wood, once raw and splintered, was yielding to his persistent shaping, its scent a constant, earthy companion. It was a labor of Herculean proportions, a task that would have broken lesser men, but Noah found strength not in his own sinews, but in the conviction that fueled him. He worked from the first blush of dawn until the last sliver of light bled from the sky, his hands calloused and raw, his back a testament to unending labor. The sheer scale of the ark was a constant, humbling presence. It rose from the earth, a behemoth of timber, its ribs curving with an organic strength, its hull a promise of buoyancy against the coming chaos. He measured and cut, fitted and joined, the precision of his movements honed by an unwavering purpose. He worked with a deep, almost primal understanding of the wood, sensing its grain, its potential strength, its inherent beauty. The gopher wood, resilient and durable, seemed to absorb his sweat, his frustration, his unwavering resolve. It was more than mere construction, it was a sacred act, a conversation between the divine architect and his humble craftsman. Days blurred into weeks, and weeks into months. The seasons shifted, the sun baked the earth, and the winds, when they came, offered no relief, only a dry, mocking whisper that spoke of a world oblivious to its impending fate. Noah would pause, wiping the sweat from his brow with the back of a stained hand, and gaze up at the vast, indifferent expanse of the sky. It was a canvas of impossible blues, flecked with clouds that drifted lazily, their formations as serene and unconcerned as the faces of the villagers who now gave him a wide berth. Doubt, a serpent with 1,000 scales, would sometimes coil in the hollows of his mind. Was he truly hearing the voice of his Creator, or was this a monumental delusion, a desperate attempt to find meaning in a world that had lost its way? He would look at the sheer volume of wood, the meticulous carpentry, the sheer impossibility of it all. The ark was designed to hold more than just his family, it was meant to be a sanctuary for the very essence of life. The thought of the creatures, the myriad forms of life that filled the earth, the birds that sang their joyous songs from the branches of the ancient trees, the animals that roamed the plains, the scuttling insects, all depended on the completion of this impossible task. The weight of that responsibility was immense, a physical burden that settled on his shoulders with the same heaviness as the timbers he heaved into place. He remembered the specific instructions, etched not in stone, but in the very fabric of his being. Make an ark of gopher wood, the voice had commanded. Make rooms in the ark, and cover it within and without with pitch. The pitch, a sticky, dark substance, was another challenge. It had to be gathered, prepared, and applied with a thoroughness that would seal the vessel against the relentless assault of the water. The smell of it, sharp and pungent, filled the air around the ark, a stark contrast to the clean, woody scent of the gopher wood. It was a smell of preservation, of defense, of a desperate attempt to hold back the inevitable. His sons, though they toiled alongside him with a loyalty that was a balm to his soul, could not fully share the weight of his vision. They saw the labor, the skill, the dedication, but the profound terror of the coming deluge, the divine decree of annihilation, remained a concept, not a lived reality. Shem, ever the contemplative, would ask questions about the dimensions, the angles, the structural integrity, his mind grappling with the practicalities of the construction. Ham, with his robust spirit, would work with tireless energy, his youthful strength a valuable asset, but his understanding was rooted in the tangible, the immediate. Japheth, the youngest, though diligent, still carried the innocence of youth, a stark reminder of what was at stake. One particularly sweltering afternoon, as Noah struggled to hoist a massive beam into place, he stumbled, his foot catching on a stray piece of lumber. The beam, heavier than usual, shifted precariously. For a terrifying moment, he felt himself falling, the ground rushing up to meet him. He cried out, a raw sound of surprise and fear, and the beam crashed down, missing his head by mere inches. It landed with a thunderous thud, splintering the ground. His sons rushed to his side, their faces etched with alarm. "Father," Shem cried, his voice trembling. "Are you hurt?" Noah lay there for a moment, his heart hammering against his ribs. The dust settled around him, the scent of crushed earth mingling with the familiar aroma of gopher wood. He looked at the fallen beam, a testament to his own fallibility, and then up at the sky. It was still the same mocking blue, the same indifferent expanse. He could have been crushed, the ark unfinished, his life, and the lives of his family, extinguished before the appointed time. Slowly, with a groan, he pushed himself up. His body ached, his pride stung, but his resolve, far from being broken, seemed to burn brighter. He had been given a task, and his duty was to see it through, no matter the cost. "I am well," he said, his voice a little hoarse. He ran a hand over the rough surface of the fallen beam. "This wood, it has a will of its own sometimes." Ham, ever practical, pointed to the splintered ground. "We must clear this, Father. And we must be more careful. This work is not for the careless." Noah nodded, his gaze distant. He saw not just the physical danger, but the symbolic weight of his near fall. He was not merely building with wood, he was wrestling with fate, with the very forces that had been unleashed upon the world. The ark was a physical manifestation of his faith, a defiance of the prevailing despair. Each plank, each joint, each layer of pitch was a blow against the encroaching darkness. As the construction progressed, the internal structure began to take shape. He divided the immense space into chambers, or rooms, as the command had specified. These were not luxurious dwellings, but functional compartments, designed to house the multitude of creatures he was destined to gather. He envisioned them, packed tightly, a testament to the vibrant diversity of life that the Creator had deemed worthy of preservation. The thought brought a flicker of warmth to his weary heart, a counterpoint to the overwhelming dread that often threatened to consume him. He spent hours alone within the unfinished hull, the echoing emptiness amplifying the silence. In these moments, the sheer magnitude of his undertaking would press down on him, a suffocating weight. He would trace the rough grain of the wood with his fingertips, feeling the latent strength within it. He would lean against the curved walls, the timber cool against his skin, and whisper prayers for guidance, for strength, for the wisdom to complete this sacred mission. Sometimes, he would find himself staring at his own hands, the skin cracked and hardened, the nails broken. These were the hands of a laborer, a builder, a farmer, not the hands of a prophet tasked with saving the world. Yet, they were the hands that were shaping the future, that were constructing a vessel against the wrath of the heavens. He would clench them into fists, the pain a sharp, welcome sensation, a reminder that he was still flesh and blood, still capable of feeling, still alive. The psychological toll was immense. The isolation, the constant labor, the burden of knowledge, the scorn of the world, it all combined to create a relentless pressure. He would wake in the pre-dawn darkness, his mind already racing with the day's tasks, the visions of the coming deluge replaying in his mind's eye. He saw the waters rising, inexulting, swallowing everything in their path. He saw the panicked faces, the futile struggles, the ultimate surrender. And then, he would see the ark, a solitary speck on a roiling sea, a beacon of hope against an ocean of despair. He knew, with a certainty that pierced through his weariness, that there was no other path. The world had made its choice, its descent into corruption and wickedness complete. He, Noah, was merely the instrument of a divine judgment, a reluctant shepherd of the last remnants of life. The ark was not a choice, it was a mandate, an unavoidable destiny etched in the very fabric of creation. And so, he continued to hammer, to saw, to pitch, each movement a silent testament to his unwavering faith in the face of an agonizing symphony of wood and impending rain. The structure grew, a monument to his endurance, a promise whispered against the roaring silence of the coming storm. Chapter 3. The Deluge Unleashed. The last beam, thick and resonant with the scent of aged gopher wood, was finally secured. Noah stepped back, his gaze sweeping over the colossal structure that now commanded the landscape. It was more than a building, it was a mountain of timber, a testament to years of sweat, toil, and an unwavering faith that had often felt like a fragile ember in the face of a world's indifference. The ark, a behemoth birthed from divine decree and human perseverance, stood ready. Its sheer immensity was breathtaking, a testament to the scale of the impending judgment. Rows upon rows of chambers, meticulously crafted, promised refuge, a stark contrast to the vast emptiness of the skies above, which had begun to churn with a subtle, ominous gray. The air itself seemed to have thickened, the usual cacophony of nature, the chirping of insects, the calls of birds, the rustle of leaves, had fallen into an unnerving silence, as if the very earth held its breath. He felt the weight of it settle upon him, not the physical exhaustion of the past years, but a profound, soul-deep solemnity. This was the culmination, the point of no return. The pact was sealed, the covenant established, not in stone or parchment, but in the very timbers of this vessel. He looked at his sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, their faces a mixture of apprehension and resolve. They had shared the labor, the doubt, the moments of despair, but now, as the finality of their task loomed, a different kind of gravity settled upon them. They saw the ark, but they were also beginning to feel the unseen tremors of the world's impending dissolution. "It is done," Noah's voice, rough with disuse and the dust of the construction site, echoed in the strange stillness. It was a simple declaration, yet it carried the weight of ages. He ran a calloused hand over the smooth, pitch-sealed exterior, the dark, viscous substance a stark barrier against the elements, a symbol of God's protective embrace. The smell, sharp and acrid, filled his nostrils, a constant reminder of the desperate measures required for survival. Within these walls, life would be preserved, without, it would be washed away. The quiet now felt oppressive, a heavy blanket thrown over a world teetering on the brink. The villagers, who had once jeered and mocked, now watched from a distance, their faces a mixture of fear and awe. Some had ventured closer, drawn by a morbid curiosity, only to recoil as if touched by an unseen fire. They saw the ark, a towering monument to Noah's madness, or perhaps, a harbinger of their doom. Their whispers, carried on the stagnant air, spoke of Noah's prophecies, of the coming rain, of a world cleansed. But they had refused to heed his warnings, their hearts hardened by complacency and the ingrained patterns of a life that had long since strayed from its righteous path. Now, they were outside, looking in at a sanctuary they had spurned. Noah felt no triumph, only a profound sorrow for those who would be left behind. He had pleaded, he had warned, he had offered a path to salvation, but their pride had been their undoing. He saw in their distant faces the reflection of a humanity that had become consumed by its own desires, its own self-inflicted darkness. The ark represented not only a future for his lineage, but a stark judgment upon a world that had rejected its creator. "It is time," he said again, his voice firm, cutting through the heavy silence. He turned to his wife, his steadfast companion through years of ridicule and hardship. Her eyes, etched with the weariness of their shared ordeal, met his with an unwavering love and trust. She understood the gravity of this moment, the profound significance of stepping across the threshold of this wooden vessel. It was not just a home, it was a tomb for the old world and a cradle for the new. One by one, his sons brought their wives forward. The air crackled with an unspoken emotion, a blend of apprehension for the unknown and a quiet determination to face whatever lay ahead. They were entering not just a ship, but a covenant, a sacred trust passed down through generations. The ark, with its capacious interior, was a world unto itself, designed to hold not only their family but the very essence of creation. The thought of the myriad creatures that would soon fill its chambers was both awe-inspiring and daunting. As the family prepared to enter, the sky seemed to darken further, the gray deepening into a bruised, purplish hue. The wind, which had been absent for so long, began to stir, not a gentle breeze, but a restless, agitated sigh that swept through the gopher wood, making the great timbers creak and groan, as if in protest or anticipation. It was a sound that resonated deep within Noah's bones, a primal echo of the forces about to be unleashed. The entrance to the ark was a wide, yawning mouth, a single, massive ramp leading into the shadowed interior. Noah paused at the threshold, a final, lingering look at the world he knew. He saw the fields they had tilled, the trees they had planted, the familiar contours of the land that had been their home for so many years. It was a world saturated with memories, with laughter and tears, with the echoes of a life lived in relative peace before the shadow of this impossible task had fallen upon them. He felt a pang of indescribable loss, a wrenching sorrow for the beauty that was about to be obliterated, for the lives that would be extinguished without mercy. He thought of the distant villages, the faces of the people he had known, the children who had once played freely in the dust. They were now outside, clinging to a world that was already slipping away, their disbelief a cruel irony in the face of the undeniable evidence of the darkening sky and the restless wind. He had done all he could. The rest was in hands far greater than his own. With a deep, steadying breath, Noah stepped across the threshold, his wife following closely behind. The interior of the ark was dim, lit only by the faint light filtering through the entrance and the strategic openings for ventilation. The air inside was thick with the scent of wood and pitch, but also held a strange, earthy aroma, a precursor to the living beings that would soon populate its many chambers. The scale of the interior was as overwhelming as the exterior, the vastness of the central space a testament to the meticulous planning that had gone into its construction. His sons and their wives followed, their footsteps echoing in the cavernous space. There was no fanfare, no joyous celebration, only the quiet, determined tread of a family embarking on a journey into the unknown. Each plank, each beam, had been a testament to Noah's unwavering faith. Now, the ark itself was their sanctuary, their vessel of hope. As the last of his family entered, Noah turned back. The ramp was a conduit to a world that was about to cease to exist. He saw a lone bird, perched on a branch of a distant oak, its song abruptly silenced as a gust of wind swept through the trees, bending them low. It was a final, poignant farewell, a last whisper of the life that was about to be irrevocably altered. He then turned to his sons. Japheth, Ham, secure the entrance, he commanded, his voice resonating with a newfound authority. The weight of leadership, of being the sole arbiter of their immediate fate, settled upon him. They moved with efficiency, their movements practiced from years of working together. The massive ramp was slowly, laboriously, drawn shut, the heavy timbers groaning in protest, until finally, the entrance was sealed, plunging the interior into a deeper, more profound darkness. The sound of the ramp sliding into place was a thunderous punctuation mark, the definitive end of an era. The world outside, with its familiar sights and sounds, was now a memory, a fading echo beyond the sturdy, impenetrable walls of the ark. A profound silence descended, broken only by the sound of their own breathing and the low creak of the gopher wood, a constant reminder of the immense structure that now contained their entire world. The air inside was heavy, charged with a palpable tension. It was the quiet before the storm, a stillness that was more terrifying than any tempest. Noah could feel the apprehension radiating from his family, a mirrored reflection of his own inner turmoil. Yet, beneath the fear, there was also a sense of purpose, of a destiny unfolding, of a mission that had been entrusted to them. He began to move, his steps purposeful. "We must check the stores, ensure everything is secured," he said, his voice calm, projecting a confidence he didn't entirely feel. He knew that within these walls, their survival depended not only on the ark's integrity but on their ability to work together, to trust each other, and to maintain their faith in the face of unimaginable adversity. He led them through the various levels of the ark, the dimly lit chambers stretching out before them. The sheer volume of provisions, grains, dried fruits, preserved meats, was a testament to their diligent preparation. These were the seeds of a future, carefully gathered and stored, a vital counterpoint to the desolation that awaited outside. As they moved, the first heavy drops of rain began to fall, not a gentle patter, but thick, resonant thuds against the roof of the ark. Each impact was a hammer blow, a signal that the judgment had begun. The sounds from outside, previously muted by the closing of the entrance, now grew in intensity. A low rumble, like the growl of a colossal beast, vibrated through the timbers. Noah stopped, his family gathering around him. He could feel the subtle, almost imperceptible shift of the ark, a gentle rocking that was more than just the wind. It was the first kiss of the water, the initial embrace of the deluge. He looked at his sons, at his wife, their faces illuminated by the dim light, their eyes reflecting a shared understanding of the momentous event unfolding around them. "The Lord has begun," he whispered, his voice filled with a mixture of awe and profound sadness. The ark, their sanctuary, was now their sole refuge. They were adrift on the edge of oblivion, a fragile ark of hope against a sea of divine wrath. The weight of their responsibility, the burden of carrying the future of humanity and all living things, settled upon him with renewed intensity. But as he stood there, the rain drumming a relentless rhythm overhead, a strange sense of peace washed over him. They were inside. They were safe. And for now, that was enough. The ark awaited, not just the rain, but the dawn of a new world. The first drops were not gentle whispers of rain, but fat, heavy pearls of water, each striking the immense gopher wood of the ark with a distinct thud. They landed with a startling finality, not on parched earth or thirsty leaves, but on the seasoned timbers that had been Noah's life's work. These were not the familiar, scattered showers that offered respite or nourished the land. These were emissaries, harbingers of a celestial rage that had been held in check for far too long. They sounded like a cosmic drummer testing the tension of his taut hide, a percussive prelude to a symphony of destruction. Within the ark, the sound was amplified, each drop a tiny explosion against the roof that seemed to vibrate through the very bones of the vessel. Noah's family clustered near the sealed entrance, their faces, illuminated by the dim, oil-fed lamps, turned upwards. They had prepared for this, prayed for this, believed in this, yet the tangible reality of it was a shock. It was the sound of a promise being kept, a judgment being rendered, the world's sin finally being counted and paid. Shem's hand tightened on the rough-hewn pillar beside him, his knuckles white. His gaze, usually steady and thoughtful, was wide with a profound, unsettling awe. This was not the controlled fury of a thunderstorm they had known, this was something elemental, something absolute. Outside, the sparse onlookers who had lingered, their faces a mask of morbid fascination mixed with burgeoning terror, were now scrambling. The initial, isolated drops quickly coalesced, blurring into streaks of silver against the bruised, darkening sky. The rain thickened with an astonishing rapidity, transforming from individual impacts into a deafening roar that swallowed all other sounds. The wind, which had been a restless sigh, now became a furious gale, whipping the rain into a frenzy, driving it with a relentless, invisible force. The familiar landscape of rolling hills and scattered trees began to blur, obscured by a shimmering curtain of water. The very air seemed to turn liquid, a suffocating, all-encompassing presence. The ground, which had held firm under the weight of the ark for years, began to soften. Puddles formed, then merged, then spread, transforming flat ground into shallow, swirling pools. The earth, which had been so steadfast, was beginning to yield, to surrender. The deep, resonant drumming on the ark's roof intensified, becoming a continuous, thunderous cascade. It was a sound that pressed in on them, a palpable weight that threatened to crush the fragile shell of their sanctuary. The light, already dim, was further extinguished as the sky became a solid, impenetrable mass of gray and black, ripped apart only by the blinding flashes of lightning that illuminated the churning water below. Ham, ever restless, paced a short distance from his father, his movements jerky. He kept glancing towards the sealed entrance, his breath coming in ragged bursts. He had always been the most prone to outward displays of emotion, and the sheer, overwhelming power of the deluge was testing his resolve. He imagined the streets of the distant villages, the homes of people he had known, now being inundated, the laughter and shouts of children replaced by the terrifying roar of the rain. His mind, usually quick to dismiss, was now filled with the stark imagery of his father's prophecies, no longer abstract warnings but a terrifyingly concrete reality. Japheth, the eldest, stood with a stoic calm, his arms crossed over his chest. His quiet strength was a balm to the others, but even he could not hide the deep lines of concern etched around his eyes. He felt the ark shift, a subtle, unsettling movement that was more than just the wind. It was the water, rising, insinuating itself, claiming its dominion. He had seen his father's faith, his unwavering commitment, but this was a force beyond human comprehension, a divine wrath made manifest. He felt a profound sense of responsibility, not just for his own survival, but for the precious cargo that would soon fill the ark's chambers. The weight of that responsibility, coupled with the terrifying spectacle unfolding outside, was immense. The roar of the rain was no longer just a sound, it was a physical sensation. It vibrated through the timbers, through the very floor beneath their feet. It was a sound that erased all other sounds, all the familiar noises of the world outside, the bleating of sheep, the lowing of cattle, the chirping of crickets, the rustle of leaves. All had been silenced, drowned out by the overwhelming fury of the heavens. The air within the ark, though dry, felt heavy, saturated with the moisture and the immense power being unleashed. Noah, standing at the center of his family, felt the truth of it settle deep within him. This was the moment. The years of labor, the ridicule, the isolation, it all led to this. He closed his eyes, not in despair, but in a profound, almost ecstatic surrender. He had done all he could. He had built the vessel, he had warned the people, and now, he placed his trust entirely in the hands of the one who had commanded him. The scent of pitch and gopher wood, usually a comforting reminder of his life's work, now seemed to mingle with the raw, untamed smell of the storm, a primal essence of creation and destruction. He opened his eyes, his gaze meeting each of his sons in turn. "The Lord our God has unleashed his power," he said, his voice steady, though a tremor ran through it. "The world as we knew it is being washed away. But we are safe within his sanctuary. We must not falter now. Our faith has brought us this far, and it will see us through." His words, though firm, were underscored by a deep, melancholic understanding of the loss that was occurring just beyond their impenetrable walls. He thought of the world that had been, the beauty that had existed, the lives that had been extinguished. It was a sorrow that would forever be etched into his soul. The rain continued to fall with an unyielding ferocity. The light inside the ark grew dimmer as the tempest outside raged, the sun and the sky now a forgotten memory. The ark, their impregnable fortress, began to sway with a gentle, persistent rhythm. It was no longer the rocking of the wind alone. The water was rising. It was seeping into the very foundations of the world, erasing the familiar contours of the land, blurring the lines between earth and sky. The sounds of the storm, though deafening, began to take on a new character. Beneath the roar of the rain, there was a deeper, more resonant hum, a constant thrumming that spoke of water, of immense, world-encompassing bodies of water. The initial shock was giving way to a profound, somber reality. This was not a temporary downpour, this was a transformation. The earth was being unmade, its very substance dissolving into the insatiable maw of the flood. The ark, once a solid anchor on dry land, was now beginning its true journey, adrift on the first waves of a cataclysm. Noah felt the gentle lurch, the almost imperceptible lift, and he knew, with a certainty that resonated through his entire being, that they were no longer on solid ground. They were entering the water. The deluge had truly begun. The world was being consumed, and their journey, their solitary voyage of preservation, had commenced. The ark, once a testament to faith and labor, was now their entire universe, a wooden womb cradling the future amidst the terrifying rebirth of the world. The sounds of the storm outside were the soundtrack to an ending, and the quiet stillness within, punctuated by the creaks and groans of the wood, was the fragile breath of a new beginning. The thick, pungent scent of pitch and animal musk, once a testament to Noah's meticulous preparations, now clung to the air like a shroud. Outside, the storm raged, a symphony of chaos that had long ago obliterated any sense of the familiar. Inside, a different kind of struggle was unfolding, the battle against the confines of their wooden world, a universe shrunk to the dimensions of the ark itself. The world beyond the stout timbers had ceased to exist. The rolling hills, the verdant valleys, the very mountains that had once stood as immutable sentinels against the sky, all had been swallowed by the relentless, all-consuming deluge. Their ark, once a testament to faith grounded on solid earth, was now a captive of the churning, boundless expanse of water. The initial, jarring sensation of being lifted from the earth had subsided, replaced by a constant, unsettling motion. The ark was no longer merely rocking. It was being tossed, buffeted by an invisible hand that wielded the power of oceans. Waves, born from the fury of the heavens and the drowned earth, crashed against the hull with a violence that sent tremors through every plank. The sounds were incessant, the groaning of the wood under immense pressure, the shriek of wind and rain against the sealed hatches, and, beneath it all, the deep, guttural roar of water seeking to claim its dominion. Each creak, each groan, was a stark reminder of the immense forces at play, a testament to the fragility of their sanctuary against the unbridled wrath of the Almighty. Noah found himself constantly moving, his hands never still. His days were a blur of essential tasks, a rhythmic ballet of survival performed within the confines of their floating prison. He checked the seals on the hatches, ensuring no stray droplet found its way into their haven. He tended to the livestock, his large hands surprisingly gentle as he soothed a frightened goat or refilled a trough. The air was thick with the smell of hay and the distinct odors of various creatures, a constant reminder of the precious cargo entrusted to his care. Yet, even amidst the mundane necessities of survival, his mind was a battlefield. He saw the faces of the world that had been, the laughter he had silenced, the lives he had failed to save. The weight of that loss, coupled with the burden of responsibility for the future, was a heavy, ever-present ache. Shem, his eldest son, possessed a quiet resilience that belied the chaos. He moved with a deliberate grace, his tasks performed with an efficiency born of deep focus. He was often found meticulously inspecting the internal structure of the ark, his keen eyes searching for any sign of stress or weakness. He understood the immense forces bearing down on their vessel, and his constant vigilance was a silent vow to protect his family. He would run his calloused hand along the seams of the timbers, listening to the subtle groans, trying to decipher the language of the wood under duress. He spoke little of his fears, but his steady presence was an anchor for his brothers. Ham, however, was a creature of more volatile energies. The confinement chafed him, the ceaseless motion a torment to his restless spirit. He paced the limited deck space relentlessly, his eyes often fixed on the sealed entrance, a desperate longing for the open sky and the solidity of the earth warring within him. He would often stop, his breath catching in his throat, as a particularly violent surge sent the ark lurching. He imagined the water outside, a vast, indifferent entity, and a primal fear would grip him. He would lash out verbally, his words sharp and tinged with a desperate bravado, a defense against the encroaching despair. "How long can this wooden box hold against such a fury?" he would exclaim, his voice echoing in the confined space, his frustration palpable. Japheth, ever the peacemaker, would often step between his brothers, his voice a low, calming rumble. He understood Ham's agitation, the natural human yearning for freedom and open spaces. But he also knew the futility of such desires now. His focus was on the practicalities, on ensuring the well-being of the animals, on assisting his father and Shem with whatever was needed. He found solace in the rhythm of his work, in the tangible reality of tending to the beasts, a grounding presence in the disorienting flux of their existence. He would often observe Noah, his father's unwavering faith a source of silent strength, a beacon in the storm. The days blurred into an indistinguishable cycle of activity and anxious waiting. The absence of sunlight was a profound psychological weight. The ark's interior, lit by the flickering glow of oil lamps, cast long, dancing shadows that seemed to writhe and twist with the ark's every movement. The claustrophobia was a constant, subtle pressure, a gnawing awareness of the limited space, the packed chambers filled with the myriad creatures that represented the future. Each sound from outside, the relentless drumming of rain, the terrifying howl of the wind, the chilling roar of the waves, served as a stark, unyielding reminder of the world that had been lost. One evening, as Noah was securing the latch on a pen, the ark lurched with an unprecedented violence. The timbers shrieked in protest, and a cascade of water, dislodged from a higher beam, crashed down, drenching him. Ham, who had been leaning against a wall, lost his footing and tumbled, his cry of surprise quickly turning to a gasp of fear as he narrowly avoided falling into an open trough. Shem and Japheth rushed to his aid, their faces etched with concern. Noah, soaked and shaken, nevertheless regained his composure, his voice steady as he reassured them. "The Lord is with us," he declared, his gaze sweeping over his family. "This vessel is his creation, and he will keep us safe." But the incident left an unspoken tension in its wake. The sheer power of the storm was no longer an abstract concept, it was a tangible threat, felt in every shudder of the ark, in every groan of its timbers. The water was not merely outside, it was a pervasive presence, its immense weight pressing in on them, a constant reminder of their vulnerability. They were adrift, utterly at the mercy of the elements, their only hope the unwavering faith that had guided Noah to build this ark in the first place. The days began to feel longer, the nights more oppressive. Sleep offered little respite, often disturbed by nightmares of drowning cities and anguished cries. Yet, within the confines of the Ark, a profound sense of unity began to solidify. The shared experience, the common struggle for survival, forged an unbreakable bond between them. They learned to anticipate each other's needs, to offer silent comfort with a touch of a hand or a shared glance. The animals, too, became a part of this living, breathing ecosystem. The lowing of cattle, the bleating of sheep, the chirping of birds, these sounds, once disparate, now formed a unique, if sometimes cacophonous, harmony within the Ark's wooden walls. Noah would often sit in the quiet hours, his eyes closed, listening to the symphony of life around him. He would visualize the world as it was meant to be, a place of balance and harmony. He would pray for strength, for wisdom, for the perseverance to see his sacred task through to its end. He would think of the seeds of life, carefully preserved within the Ark, and the immense responsibility that rested on his shoulders to ensure their survival. He knew that this was not just about their own salvation, but about the rebirth of the entire earth. One afternoon, a particularly strong gust of wind, accompanied by a deluge of rain that seemed to fall from a solid sheet of water, slammed against the Ark. The entire vessel shuddered violently, and for a terrifying moment, it felt as though it might capsize. Ham cried out, a raw sound of pure terror. Japheth instinctively reached out, his strong arms steadying his younger brother. Shem, his face grim, hurried to check the tension on the main support beams, his knuckles white as he gripped the wood. Noah, standing firm at the heart of the storm, raised his hands, not in supplication, but in a gesture of profound trust. "Be still," he commanded, his voice resonating with an authority that seemed to transcend the storm's fury. "And know that I am God." The storm did not cease, but a subtle shift occurred. The violence of the waves seemed to lessen, the terrifying lurches becoming more like powerful, rhythmic swells. It was as if the Ark, and its inhabitants, had passed a critical threshold, had truly entered the heart of the deluge and emerged, battered but unbroken. The continuous roar of the water outside became a constant, almost comforting presence, the sound of their world, their sanctuary, their only hope. They were no longer just surviving the storm, they were being carried by it, a small wooden womb cradling the future in the belly of a drowned world. The immense pressure, the creaking timbers, the disorienting motion, these were no longer just signs of danger, but the very pulse of their existence, the heartbeat of their journey. Adrift on the angry seas, they were a testament to the enduring power of faith, a solitary beacon of hope in a world utterly consumed by water. The ceaseless symphony of the deluge, a sound that had become the constant backdrop to their existence, now seemed to take on a more intricate, unsettling composition. It was a grand, unholy orchestra playing a dirge for the drowned world. The pounding of rain against the stout timbers was no longer a mere drumming, but a relentless barrage, each drop a tiny hammer blow against their wooden shell. It was punctuated by the deep, guttural roar of the water itself, a sound that vibrated through the very bones of the Ark, a constant reminder of the immeasurable weight pressing down upon them. Beneath it all, a new movement had joined the chaos, the panicked cries of the animals. From the cramped quarters where the great beasts were housed, a chorus of fear arose. The lowing of the cattle was no longer a contented murmur, but a mournful wail, their large eyes wide with a primal terror that no amount of soothing could fully quell. The bleating of the sheep, usually a gentle background hum, had escalated into frantic, piercing sounds, a reflection of their vulnerability in this alien, watery world. Even the smaller creatures contributed to the cacophony. The frantic chirping of the birds, confined to their perches, seemed to convey a desperate longing for the open sky, a sky that was now a fathomless, churning gray. The snorts of the horses, the rustling of the multitude of smaller animals in their pens, it all melted into a disorienting tapestry of sound, a sonic representation of a world unmade. Within the living quarters, the human voices were a counterpoint to the animalistic anxieties. Noah's family, though bound by a shared purpose, carried their own unique burdens, their voices often hushed and laced with a weariness that went beyond mere physical exhaustion. "Did you hear that?" Lena would whisper, her hand instinctively going to her throat, her gaze fixed on the sealed hatch as if expecting it to burst inward. Her voice, though soft, carried a tremor that spoke of the constant undercurrent of dread. It sounded closer this time. Even young Alara, usually a bright spark of innocent curiosity, had fallen into a pensive silence. Her games, once filled with the imagined adventures of animals in sun-drenched fields, were now subdued. She would often sit by Noah's side, her small hand tracing the rough grain of the wood, her eyes mirroring the worried lines on her father's brow. Sometimes, when a particularly violent wave rocked the ark, she would whimper, burying her face in her father's roe-spun tunic, seeking solace in his steady presence. Noah, the patriarch, the shepherd of this ark world, moved through the confined spaces with a quiet, almost somber authority. His face, etched with the weight of his immense responsibility, rarely betrayed the full depth of his inner turmoil. Yet, in the quiet moments, when he believed no one was watching, a profound sadness would cloud his eyes. He would stand for long stretches, his gaze fixed on nothing in particular, his lips moving in silent prayer. He was the anchor, the unwavering beacon of faith, but even the strongest anchor could feel the immense pull of the abyss. "Father," Shem's voice, deep and steady, would often break through Noah's reverie. "The grain stores are secure. The water barrels are full. All is as it should be." His words were not just statements of fact, but reassurances, a deliberate effort to draw Noah back from the precipice of his own thoughts. Shem understood the burden his father carried, the weight of knowing that the fate of all future life rested on their survival. He moved with a quiet efficiency, his actions a testament to his own strength and his unwavering commitment to the task. He was the steady hand, the pragmatic mind, complementing his father's spiritual leadership. Ham, however, remained a tempest within the storm. The confinement seemed to amplify his restless spirit, his frustration a palpable force. He would pace the limited deck space, his brow furrowed, his gaze often fixed on the impenetrable roof of their world. "How long, father?" he would demand, his voice echoing with a desperate impatience. "How much longer must we endure this endless rocking, this suffocating dampness? When will the sky open, and the sun shine again?" His questions were not merely expressions of discomfort, they were the cries of a soul yearning for the familiar order of the world that had been lost, a world of open spaces and firm ground. Japheth, ever the mediator, would often find himself between his brothers, his presence a calming influence. He would place a hand on Ham's shoulder, his touch gentle but firm. "Patience, brother," he would say, his voice a low rumble. "The Lord's timing is not our timing. We have been given this task, and we must see it through with faith." He would then turn his attention to the animals, his quiet diligence a stark contrast to Ham's agitation. Tending to the creatures, ensuring their comfort and well-being, provided him with a grounding ritual, a tangible connection to the life that was being preserved within the ark. He found a quiet strength in the routine, in the predictable needs of the beasts, a stark contrast to the unpredictable fury raging outside. The rhythmic thump of rain against the hull was a constant, percussive beat, a reminder of the relentless force that had reshaped their world. It was a sound that seeped into their bones, into their very consciousness. Sleep offered little respite. Dreams were often vivid, unsettling replays of the final moments of the world outside, the terror in the eyes of those left behind, the crushing embrace of the water. Noah would wake in a cold sweat, his heart pounding, the phantom sensation of drowning clinging to him. He would then rise, his movements deliberate, and begin his rounds, the familiar tasks a balm to his frayed nerves. He would check the seals on the hatches, running his calloused hand along the seams, ensuring no insidious leak threatened their sanctuary. He would inspect the fodder for the animals, his large hands gentle as he moved amongst them, his presence a silent promise of protection. He would speak to them in low, soothing tones, his voice a familiar sound that seemed to offer a measure of comfort even in their distress. The animals, in turn, seemed to sense his calm, their panicked cries sometimes subsiding as he approached. The air within the ark was a complex blend of scents. The dry, sweet aroma of hay, the musky odor of the larger animals, the faint, earthy smell of the smaller creatures, and the pervasive, damp scent of wood that had been constantly exposed to moisture. It was the scent of survival, the smell of life clinging precariously to existence. Yet, Even this familiar olfactory landscape was tinged with the underlying tension, a subtle undercurrent of fear that permeated every breath they took. One evening, as Noah was carefully securing a latch on a pen holding a pair of young lions, the ark was struck by a wave of extraordinary violence. The timbers groaned in protest, a deep, resonant shriek that seemed to tear through the very fabric of the vessel. Water, dislodged from a higher beam, cascaded down, drenching Noah and scattering the dry straw around him. Alara, who had been quietly observing him from a short distance, let out a startled cry and stumbled backward, narrowly avoiding a pile of agitated goats. Ham, who had been leaning against the interior wall, his arms crossed, lost his footing. He flailed for a moment, his face a mask of pure terror, before catching himself on a sturdy support beam. His breath came in ragged gasps. "Father, are you all right?" Shem's voice, sharp with alarm, cut through the din. He and Japheth were instantly at Noah's side, their faces etched with concern. Noah, soaked and momentarily stunned, righted himself. He looked at his sons, then at his trembling daughter, and a profound sense of gratitude washed over him, momentarily eclipsing the fear. "I am well," he declared, his voice steady, though a tremor ran through it. He looked up at the ceiling, his gaze intense. "The Lord is with us. This vessel is His creation, and He will keep us safe. He will not let the floodwaters overwhelm us." But the incident had undeniably shaken them all. The sheer, unbridled power of the storm was no longer an abstract concept, it was a tangible force, felt in every shudder of the ark, in every agonizing groan of its timbers. The water was not merely outside, it was a pervasive presence, its immense weight pressing in on them, a constant, suffocating reminder of their utter vulnerability. They were adrift, a fragile speck of life in a world consumed by the divine wrath, their only hope resting on the unwavering faith that had guided Noah to build this ark in the first place. The rhythmic thump of rain, once a steady beat, now felt like the frantic pounding of a heart struggling to beat against an overwhelming pressure. The roar of the water outside was no longer a distant thunder, but a hungry growl, a constant menace at their wooden door. Survival had become an arduous, all-consuming endeavor, a primal instinct fighting against the crushing weight of despair. They were living, breathing, and praying within the belly of a world that was actively trying to unmake itself. Each groan of the ark was a whisper of doubt, each lurch a stab of fear, yet each sunrise that found them still afloat was a testament to the enduring strength of their collective will, and the unwavering faith that anchored them amidst the maelstrom. The ark, once a symbol of future hope, had become a crucible, testing the very limits of their endurance, forging them in the fires of divine judgment and the relentless embrace of the deluge. They were a symphony of despair, yet within that discord, a fragile melody of survival played on, a testament to the indomitable spirit of life itself, cradled in the hands of a desperate faith. The cacophony of the storm, the panicked cries of the animals, and the hushed anxieties of the family all blended into a single, potent expression of their present reality, a world transformed, a journey into the unknown, and a desperate plea for the dawn of a new day. The relentless ascent of the waters was no longer a matter of conjecture, it was a tangible, crushing reality. Noah had seen it with his own eyes, each day a stark testament to the unfathomable power unleashed. The once proud peaks, the ancient mountains that had stood as sentinels for millennia, were now mere humps on a vast, heaving expanse of gray. The familiar contours of the land, the valleys he had walked, the forests he had known, were dissolving, swallowed by the insatiable hunger of the flood. He could no longer see the distant horizons, the comforting boundaries of his world. There was only water, an endless, churning sea that stretched to the very edges of their perception, and beyond. This was the weight. This was the crushing, soul-devouring weight of the world's end. It pressed down on Noah, not just through the timbers of the ark, but through the very atmosphere, through the relentless drumming of the rain. It was the silence where birdsong used to be, the emptiness where the laughter of people once echoed. It was the ghost of every life extinguished, every structure dissolved, every memory submerged. He was not merely captain of a vessel, he was the sole custodian of a universe that had been reduced to a wooden shell, adrift in the remnants of divine wrath. The responsibility was a physical ache in his chest, a constant pressure behind his eyes. He had been chosen, yes, but the burden of that choice was almost unbearable. He remembered the pronouncements, the unwavering certainty of God's word as it had been delivered to him. He had built, he had gathered, he had sealed the door. He had done as he was commanded, his faith a steadfast anchor in the face of doubt and scorn. But the aftermath, the horrifying reality of its fulfillment, was a different kind of trial altogether. It tested the very core of his being, demanding a strength that seemed to grow thinner with each passing hour, each rise of the inexorable tide. He would stand at the high window, a small, thick pane of the strongest, clearest material he could fashion, and stare out at the maelstrom. The rain, impossibly, seemed to fall harder, faster, each drop a tiny, pointed accusation. He saw no land, no possibility of land, only the swirling, chaotic dance of water and sky, a seamless, terrifying unity. It was a canvas painted with shades of gray and despair, an artist's brutal representation of oblivion. And in this vast, desolate panorama, the ark was the only point of reference, the only speck of defiance against the overwhelming tide of destruction. He thought of the cities, the bustling marketplaces, the fields ripe with grain, the homes filled with families. He had warned them, hadn't he? He had called out, his voice hoarse from the effort, his heart aching with a foreknowledge that had been met with mockery and dismissal. He saw their faces, etched in his memory, the proud defiance, the amused pity, the desperate, final terror. Each memory was a shard of glass, embedding itself deeper into his soul. It was not just the physical world that had been drowned, it was the world of human connection, the tapestry of shared existence, the simple, profound beauty of everyday life. All of it was gone, a silent testament to the consequences of sin, a devastating indictment of the fallen nature of man. His sons tried to comfort him, their voices earnest, their hands laid gently on his shoulders. Shem, ever the pragmatist, would report on the stores, the integrity of the ark's structure, the well-being of the animals. He spoke of duty, of purpose, of the necessity of their survival for the future. Ham, however, was a restless spirit, his frustration a palpable force. He questioned, he despaired, his youthful impatience a mirror of Noah's own hidden anxieties. Japheth, the quiet peacemaker, would offer words of scripture, of God's ultimate plan, of the promise of renewal. And his wife, his steadfast companion, her face a roadmap of shared trials, would simply look at him with eyes that understood the silent language of his grief, offering a hand to hold, a shared breath in the suffocating air. But their reassurances, though welcome, could not fully penetrate the vastness of his sorrow. How could they? They were inside the ark with him, protected by the very walls that separated them from the horror. Noah, however, felt the weight of the entire cataclysm. He carried the knowledge of what had been, and the profound grief for its irrevocable loss. He was the witness to the end of an era, the sole inheritor of a broken legacy, tasked with the monumental challenge of rebuilding from the ruins. The divine judgment was terrifying in its completeness. It was not a selective purge, but a cleansing of the entire earth, a washing away of corruption with a force that was absolute. And he, Noah, was the living embodiment of the choice that had been made. He was the justification for the destruction, the living proof that there had been a remnant, a flicker of righteousness in the encroaching darkness. This knowledge was a double-edged sword, a source of both profound gratitude and agonizing guilt. He was blessed, yet he was also the silent accuser of all those who were lost. He would often find himself in the animal pens, the lowing of the cattle, the bleating of the sheep, the squawks of the fowl, a constant reminder of the life he was sworn to protect. He would run his rough hands over their flanks, feeling the warmth of their bodies, the steady rhythm of their breath. These creatures, innocent of the transgressions of man, were now the sole inheritors of the earth alongside his own family. He saw in their wide, trusting eyes a reflection of the future, a fragile hope for a world reborn. Yet, even in their presence, the ghost of the lost world lingered. He remembered the wild, untamed beauty of creatures that roamed free, the majesty of the great beasts in their natural habitats. Now, they were confined, dependent, their lives held in his hands. He understood, with a clarity that was both enlightening and agonizing, that the deluge was not merely an act of destruction, but an act of profound sorrow. It was the sorrow of a creator witnessing the corruption of his creation, the sorrow of a father seeing his children stray so far from the path of righteousness that only a radical intervention could offer a chance of redemption. And he, Noah, was the unlikely vessel through which that redemption would flow. The ark, once a symbol of hope and salvation, now felt like a tomb, a temporary refuge suspended in the vast, watery grave of the old world. He was surrounded by life, yet the pervasive sense of loss was overwhelming. He saw the faces of his grandchildren, their innocent wonder a stark contrast to the desolation outside. Alara, her small hand often reaching for his, her eyes wide with a curiosity that was slowly being replaced by a subdued awareness of their precarious existence. He wanted to shield her from the harsh realities, to preserve her innocence, but how could he when the very air they breathed was thick with the memory of a drowned world? He was a man caught between two worlds, the one that had been irrevocably lost, and the one that was yet to be born. He was the bridge, the tenuous link between the judgment that had fallen and the promise of a new dawn. And the weight of that position, the immense responsibility of carrying the future on his weary shoulders, was a burden that threatened to crush him. Yet, in the quiet moments, in the hushed prayers offered in the belly of the ark, a flicker of something else would emerge. It was not hope, not yet, but a profound sense of awe at the sheer, unyielding power of the divine will, and a quiet determination to see this monumental task through, to be the shepherd of this fragile flock, and to lead them, by God's grace, towards a land that had not yet been conceived. The deluge had unleashed its fury, but within its devastating wake, Noah felt the first, faint stirrings of a new Genesis, a testament to life's persistent, unwavering will to endure. Chapter 4. The Promised Dawn. The ceaseless drumming, the deafening roar, the very symphony of chaos that had been the world's lament for weeks on end, had finally, blessedly, ceased. It wasn't a gradual diminuendo, a fading echo of the storm's fury. It was an abrupt, almost jarring cessation, as if a colossal hand had simply reached out and silenced the world. The silence that rushed in to fill the void was not the peaceful quiet of slumber, but a vast, unnerving emptiness. It was a silence so profound, so absolute, that it seemed to vibrate in the very timbers of the ark, in the marrow of their bones. Noah found himself straining to hear any sound, any whisper of the familiar world, but there was only the unnerving stillness. The relentless wind that had buffeted their vessel, the lashing rain that had hammered against the sealed windows, the thunder that had shaken the very foundations of their sanctuary, all of it was gone. In its place, an almost palpable quietude descended, a blanket of stillness that felt both like a reprieve and a prelude to something unknown. He stood by the high window, the thick, ancient wood cool beneath his trembling fingers. The light that filtered through the specially crafted panes was different now. It was a muted, diffuse glow, lacking the sharp, accusatory glare of the storm-ridden days. He had grown so accustomed to the oppressive gray, the churning turmoil outside, that this new luminescence was almost disorienting. He squinted, trying to discern shapes in the watery expanse, but the world remained shrouded in a soft, pearly haze. The water, once a violent, angry sea, now lay flat and still, a vast, unbroken mirror reflecting the subdued sky. It stretched out to an immeasurable distance, a boundless, liquid plain that swallowed the horizon. There were no waves, no ripples, not even the faintest sigh of movement. It was as if the world had held its breath, waiting. Hesitantly, he unlatched the thick, iron-bound door that led to the deck. The hinges groaned in protest, their accustomed movement a startling sound in the pervasive quiet. He pushed it open just a sliver, peering out into the muted light. The air that drifted in was cool and strangely clean, carrying a faint, earthy scent, a scent of damp soil and something new. It was a smell that was both familiar and alien, the aroma of a world washed clean, of creation in its nascent stages. He took a deep breath, and then another, his chest expanding with a relief so profound it felt almost painful. The air, so recently thick with the stench of the storm and the despair of the drowned world, was now pure, untainted. He stepped out onto the deck, his worn sandals finding purchase on the weathered wood. His sons, alerted by the opening of the door, joined him, their faces etched with a similar mixture of apprehension and awe. Shem, ever the observant one, was already scanning the surroundings, his brow furrowed in thought. Ham, his youthful exuberance tempered by the weeks of confinement, looked around with wide, searching eyes, a flicker of hope igniting in their depths. Japheth, his usual quiet demeanor now tinged with a solemn wonder, simply stood beside Noah, his hand resting on his father's arm, a silent communion of shared experience. His wife, her eyes reflecting the same muted light, joined them, a gentle hand reaching out to touch Noah's weathered cheek. The ark was no longer adrift on a raging ocean. It was settled. A soft, almost imperceptible bump had been felt earlier, a moment that had sent a ripple of excitement and trepidation through the cramped confines of their home. Now, as Noah looked out, he understood. The ark rested on something solid. The vast expanse of water had receded, not entirely, but enough to reveal the contours of a world buried beneath its surface. The ark sat upon a gentle slope, its keel firmly embedded in a thick, dark silt. It was a desolate sight. The familiar landmarks, the rolling hills, the towering mountains that had once defined their world, were gone. In their place was a vast, flat expanse of mud, stretching out in every direction as far as the eye could see, broken only by the occasional, dark, unmoving shape of what might have been a submerged tree trunk or the peak of a mountain barely breaking the surface. The silence was no longer just an absence of sound, it was a presence. It was the silence of a world holding its breath, a world waiting to be reborn. The absence of the storm's roar was so profound that it felt like a physical weight, pressing down on their eardrums. Noah strained his ears, trying to catch the faintest chirp of a bird, the rustle of a leaf, the distant murmur of a stream. But there was nothing, only the soft lapping of water against the ark's hull, a gentle, persistent whisper that seemed to speak of endless, empty plains. The water. It's gone down, Shem said, his voice hushed, as if speaking too loudly would shatter the fragile peace. Ham, his eyes scanning the horizon, pointed a trembling finger. Look, father, over there. Noah followed his gaze. In the far distance, barely discernible through the lingering haze, was a dark, amorphous shape. It was too large to be a single tree, too jagged to be a hill. It looked like the top of something immense, something that had once pierced the very heavens. A mountain peak, a solitary sentinel, emerging from the drowned world. A symbol, perhaps, of what had been, and a promise, however distant, of what could be again. The ark, their sanctuary, their floating world, now felt like a solitary island in a sea of mud and silence. It was a stark reminder of their isolation, of the immense task that lay ahead. They had survived the deluge, they had been preserved through the wrath, but now, the real challenge began. Rebuilding, rediscovering, renewing. The ark, which had been their refuge from destruction, was now their starting point for a new beginning. It was a new dawn, indeed, but it was a dawn that emerged from an unimaginable darkness, a dawn that had to be coaxed into existence from the silent, waiting earth. Noah felt the weight of it settle upon him, not the crushing weight of despair, but the steady, firm weight of responsibility. He looked at his sons, their faces turned towards him, seeking guidance, seeking reassurance. He looked at his wife, her quiet strength a constant beacon. And he knew, with a certainty that transcended the silence, that they would not falter. The world outside was a blank canvas, scarred and reshaped by the divine hand, but within the ark, life persisted. And life, he knew, was an indomitable force. He walked to the railing, gripping it tightly. The air was still cool, but the sun, he suspected, was beginning to warm the silt below. He imagined the life that lay dormant beneath the surface, waiting for the touch of warmth, for the breath of a new day. He thought of the seeds, carefully stored, of the knowledge passed down through generations, of the stories of creation that had been whispered around hearts long extinguished. All of it was now their inheritance, their burden, their hope. The silence, though unnerving, was also a sanctuary. It was a space for introspection, for healing, for the slow, steady rebuilding of a shattered spirit. The storm had taken everything, but it had also left behind a profound stillness, a canvas upon which a new world could be painted. And Noah, the captain of this ark of life, stood ready to begin. The journey had been one of survival, but the true voyage, the voyage of rebuilding a world, was just beginning. The silence was not an end, but a pause, a moment of profound stillness before the first, tentative steps of a new creation. The ark, resting on the soft, yielding earth, was no longer a vessel of escape, but a foundation, a point of origin from which life would once again spread its wings. The immensity of the task was daunting, the landscape before them alien and desolate, but in the profound quiet, Noah felt a stirring, a nascent hope that whispered of life's enduring resilience, a promise carried on the clean, cool air of a world reborn. The weight of the ark settling had been a profound relief, a physical manifestation of the storm's ultimate surrender. Yet, as Noah stood on the deck, the silence that had followed was a new kind of burden, a vast, echoing stillness that pressed in on all sides. The world outside was a tableau of muted browns and grays, an endless expanse of mud and lingering water, broken only by the spectral outline of the distant mountain peak. It was a landscape of profound desolation, a testament to the cataclysm they had endured. But within that desolation, a question gnawed at Noah's soul: was there life beyond their floating sanctuary? Had anything survived the wrath that had scoured the earth? He turned to his sons, their faces mirroring his own anxious anticipation. The scent of the new air, damp earth and a subtle, untamed freshness, was a constant reminder of the world they had left behind and the world that now lay before them. "We have survived," Noah said, his voice resonating with a solemn hope that he prayed would be contagious. "But survival is not enough. We must know if the world can live again." He looked at the vast, featureless plain that stretched to the horizon. It was a terrifying emptiness, a void that seemed to swallow all hope. Shem, ever the pragmatist, nodded slowly. "Father, the ark is secure. The waters have receded enough for us to be certain we are no longer adrift on the deep. But the land, it is a mystery." He gestured towards the muddy expanse. "We cannot see for ourselves. We need eyes beyond our own." Ham, his youthful energy finally reasserting itself, though still tempered by a newfound gravity, stepped forward. "We have the birds, father. The ones you kept safe in their pens." His eyes gleamed with a desperate hope. Noah's gaze fell upon the carefully constructed enclosures within the ark, where a small collection of creatures had been preserved, a fragile ark within their ark. Among them were birds, their chirping a muted counterpoint to the overwhelming silence outside. A plan began to form in his mind, a desperate gambit born of necessity. "Yes," he said, his voice gaining a steely resolve. "We will send out a scout. Someone who can fly beyond the confines of this vessel, who can explore the unknown and bring back news." He looked at the raven, a creature of resilience, a bird known for its keen senses and its ability to scavenge. It was a creature of the earth, hardy and resourceful. He approached its cage, his hands steady as he unlatched the door. The raven, a creature of darkness and mystery, cocked its head, its beady eyes seeming to regard Noah with an ancient intelligence. He lifted it gently, its rough texture a stark contrast to the smooth, polished wood of the ark. "Go, then," Noah commanded, his voice a low rumble. "Fly, and see what you can find. Seek out dry land, seek out life. And if you find it, do not return to me." He released the raven, and with a powerful beat of its wings, it launched itself into the vast, pale sky. It circled once, a dark silhouette against the muted light, and then, with purpose, it flew outwards, disappearing into the hazy distance. A collective breath was held within the ark. The silence that had been so oppressive now seemed amplified by the absence of the raven's strong wing beats. Noah and his sons, his wife and their wives, gathered at the railing, their eyes strained, searching the empty sky for any sign of the creature's return. Hours passed. The sun, a pale disk in the heavens, traced its slow arc across the sky, its warmth barely penetrating the lingering dampness. The mud outside remained a featureless, lifeless expanse. "It is gone," Japheth murmured, his voice heavy with disappointment. The raven did not return. A wave of unease washed over Noah. Had the raven found nothing? Or had it found a place to feed, a place to remain, content in its solitary existence on whatever barren landscape it had discovered? The thought was a cold shard of doubt. The raven was a scavenger, it would survive on what it found. Its non-return was not necessarily a sign of death, but it was not the sign of hope they desperately craved either. "We cannot give up," Noah declared, his voice firm, though a tremor of uncertainty ran through him. He turned to another cage, this one holding a dove, a creature of gentleness and peace, a symbol of a different kind of resilience. The dove cooed softly, its eyes wide and innocent. "This one," Noah said, his gaze fixed on the dove. "This one is different. It is not a scavenger. It is a creature of the air, of companionship. If it finds life, it will return to us. It will seek its mate, its sanctuary." He carefully took the dove, its soft feathers a comforting balm against his calloused hands. He held it for a moment, whispering a silent prayer for its success, for the hope it represented. "Go, little dove," he implored. "Fly beyond the ark. Seek out the living earth. Find a place where you can rest, where life still breathes. And if you find such a place, return to us, and bring with you a sign." With a gentle upward toss, Noah released the dove. It fluttered uncertainly for a moment, its wings beating a hesitant rhythm in the still air, a stark contrast to the raven's decisive departure. It circled the ark once, twice, then, as if gaining confidence from the sheer expanse of the sky, it set off in the same direction the raven had taken. The wait was agonizing. The silence now felt heavier, burdened by the unspoken fears and fervent hopes of the inhabitants of the ark. Every ripple on the mud's surface, every shift in the light, was scrutinized. The sun began to dip towards the horizon, casting long, distorted shadows across the desolate landscape. The hope that had flickered with the dove's release began to dwindle. "Still no sign," Ham whispered, his voice barely audible. His shoulders were slumped, the youthful buoyancy all but extinguished. Shem remained by Noah's side, his gaze fixed on the horizon, a silent sentinel of shared vigil. The raven did not return. Now, the dove, "Perhaps there is nothing out there, Father. Perhaps the earth is truly barren." Noah felt the weight of their despair pressing down on him. He had to maintain his own resolve, to be the anchor in this sea of uncertainty. "We must have faith," he said, his voice raspy. "The Lord preserved us. He would not have brought us this far only to leave us in a desolate wasteland. There must be life. There must be a sign." As the last vestiges of daylight faded, painting the sky in hues of bruised purple and fading orange, a shadow flickered in the distance. It was small at first, almost imperceptible against the darkening sky. Then it grew larger, more defined. It was a bird, a dove. A collective gasp rippled through the assembled family. "It's the dove," Japheth exclaimed, his voice cracking with emotion. The dove flew with a weary grace, its wings beating with a steady, if tired, rhythm. It circled the ark, not with the hesitant uncertainty of its departure, but with a clear intention, a homing instinct guiding it back to its haven. And in its beak, unmistakable even in the fading light, was something green. Noah's heart surged. He watched, mesmerized, as the dove landed gently on the deck, its small form trembling slightly from its arduous journey. It dropped the green sprig at Noah's feet. He stooped to pick it up. It was an olive leaf, a perfect, delicate leaf, still fresh and vibrant. A profound silence fell upon them, a silence far more potent than the void that had preceded it. It was the silence of awe, of overwhelming gratitude. The olive leaf, a symbol of life, of peace, of a world reborn. It was undeniable proof that life had not been extinguished. That somewhere, beyond the mud and the lingering waters, trees still grew, and the earth still bore fruit. Tears streamed down Noah's face, tears of relief, of joy, of a hope so powerful it felt like a physical force. He held the leaf to his lips, inhaling its faint, fresh scent. "The Lord has heard us," he whispered, his voice choked with emotion. "He has shown us that life endures." Shem, his own eyes glistening, placed a hand on Noah's shoulder. "A sign, Father, a true sign." Ham, his youthful spirit rekindled with a burning fire, let out a whoop of unadulterated joy. "Life, there is life." Japheth embraced his father, his quiet strength now a testament to the profound impact of this small, green token. Noah's wife stood beside him, her hand reaching out to touch the leaf, her face radiant with a peace that had been absent for so long. The olive leaf was more than just a botanical specimen. It was a covenant. It was a promise. It was the first tangible evidence that the floodwaters had truly receded, that judgment had given way to mercy, and that a new beginning was not only possible, but imminent. The ark, which had been their sanctuary through the storm, now felt like a vessel of profound hope, its journey nearing its ultimate purpose. They had endured the end of one world, and now, they were being shown the beginnings of another. The desolate landscape outside was no longer an emblem of despair, but a canvas waiting for the green of life to spread once more. The dove's return, with its precious cargo, had shattered the suffocating silence, replacing it with a melody of hope, a song of resurrection that resonated in the hearts of every soul aboard the ark. The search for solid ground had yielded its first, glorious fruit. The ark had ceased its aimless rocking. The violent churning of the waters, the relentless heaving that had been their world for so long, had subsided into a gentle, almost imperceptible sway. It was the stillness of a ship at anchor, a profound sense of cessation after an unending voyage. Noah felt it not just in the timbers beneath his feet, but in the very air he breathed, a tangible shift from the chaos of survival to the quietude of a world being reshaped. The immense vessel, once a tempest-tossed ark, now seemed to settle with a deep sigh, its purpose fulfilled in the miraculous preservation of life against the fury of the flood. Days bled into weeks, each dawn painting the sky with hues of gray and bruised violet, the lingering evidence of the celestial deluge. Yet, with each passing day, a subtle change began to manifest. The relentless downpour had ceased, replaced by a persistent, weeping mist that clung to the world like a shroud. And as the mist thinned, the sun, that forgotten star, began to assert its presence. At first, it was a shy visitor, a pale disk peeking through ragged clouds, casting an anemic glow on the vast, sodden expanse. But gradually, its warmth strengthened, its light gaining a resolute clarity, piercing the oppressive gloom that had enveloped them for so long. The heavy, moisture-laden air began to lighten, carrying with it a faint, earthy scent, a whisper of the soil that lay beneath the receding waters. From the highest vantage point on the ark, Noah surveyed the world. It was a spectacle of mud and melancholy. The once familiar contours of the land were blurred, softened by a thick blanket of sediment. Hills that had stood proud were now rounded humps, valleys choked with silt. Rivers, swollen and disoriented, had carved new paths, their waters a murky brown, indistinguishable from the vast, shallow sea that still held the world captive. Yet, amidst this desolation, a profound sense of change was palpable. The waters were not static, they were receding. The immense weight that had pressed against the ark's sides had eased, the deep groan of the timbers lessening. A subtle, almost imperceptible shift in the ark's orientation indicated that it was no longer afloat on a boundless ocean, but resting, albeit precariously, on a foundation of mud. Inside the ark, a new rhythm emerged, a symphony of anticipation replacing the monotonous hum of survival. The meticulously managed resources, the carefully rationed supplies, were no longer the sole focus of their existence. Now, conversations were punctuated by hopeful whispers, by shared glances towards the sky, by the constant vigil at the makeshift windows. The sounds of animal life, once a carefully contained cacophony, now seemed to carry a new resonance, a low murmur of awakening, of stirring from a long, deep slumber. Noah would often find himself standing at the railing, his eyes scanning the horizon, his heart a vessel overflowing with a complex brew of gratitude and trepidation. The olive leaf, carefully pressed between the pages of his personal log, served as a constant, tangible reminder of the promise. It was a beacon, a testament to the fact that life, though tested, had not been extinguished. His sons, each in their own way, reflected this growing sense of burgeoning hope. Shem, the elder, continued his meticulous cataloging of the ark's stores, his practical mind grappling with the logistics of a world yet to be fully revealed. Yet, even he would pause, his brow furrowed in thought, his gaze drifting towards the now frequent patches of blue sky. Ham, his youthful energy returning, found solace in observing the animals, noting their increased restlessness, their curious sniffing at the air that now infiltrated their pens. He would often be found at the railing, his arms resting on the smooth, water-worn wood, his eyes wide with wonder at the slow unveiling of the world. Japheth, quieter than his brothers, found comfort in prayer and in the steady reassurance of his father's presence, his faith a quiet anchor in the face of the unknown. The gradual return of the sun was a profound event. Its rays, once diffused and weak, now fell with increasing warmth, drying the surfaces of the ark, chasing away the persistent chill. The light, no longer filtered through an endless veil of gray, was sharp and clear, revealing the muted tones of the mud-caked landscape. It painted the lingering puddles with streaks of silver, transforming the desolate expanse into a shimmering mosaic. For Noah, each day the sun shone brighter was a step away from the darkness, a tangible manifestation of the covenant. It was a promise whispered across the heavens, a reassurance that the world, though scarred, was not lost. He would often gather his family, their faces turned upwards, soaking in the nascent warmth. He would recount the story of creation, not just the genesis of a new world, but the genesis of their own survival. He spoke of the enduring power of life, of the seed that lies dormant until the right season, of the resilience of the earth to heal and to flourish. These were not mere tales, they were parables of their own experience, woven into the very fabric of their existence. The ark, once a tomb of the old world, was becoming a cradle for the new. Its solid timbers, bleached and water-worn, were now a testament to endurance, a silent witness to the cataclysm and the miraculous dawn that followed. The sense of confinement, so palpable for so long, began to dissipate, replaced by a restless energy, a primal urge to step forth. The animals, sensing the change more acutely than the humans, became increasingly agitated. The birds, their songs now more frequent and melodic, would flutter at the edges of their enclosures, their gazes fixed on the world outside. The larger beasts, too, displayed signs of awakening, their heavy sighs and low rumblings filling the ark with a new, vibrant soundscape. They were not merely surviving, they were preparing to live. Noah, standing at the helm, felt the weight of this impending transition. The ark had been their sanctuary, their mobile world, their shield against the wrath of the heavens. But it was not their destiny to remain within its confines forever. The world outside, though still shrouded in mud and the echoes of destruction, was calling to them. It was a world waiting to be reclaimed, to be repopulated, to be reawakened. The olive leaf was not just a symbol of life, it was a premonition of growth, of burgeoning vegetation, of a verdant future. He imagined the first steps onto that alien soil, the feeling of solid ground beneath his feet after an eternity of the ark's gentle sway. He pictured the smell of damp earth, richer and more profound than anything they had known within the confines of their wooden sanctuary. He envisioned the tentative exploration, the cautious discovery of what had survived, of what was beginning anew. The ark had carried them through the end of an era. Now, it was poised at the cusp of a new beginning, its final voyage a slow, deliberate drift towards a world waiting for its inhabitants to return. The sun, no longer a distant, indifferent observer, but a harbinger of warmth and renewal, cast its golden light upon the ark, a silent blessing upon its occupants, and upon the world that lay beneath. The air, once thick with the scent of damp wood and animal musk, now carried a hint of something fresh, something alive, a fragrance that promised the return of green things, of life itself. The ark's journey was not merely a physical one, but a profound spiritual pilgrimage, a passage from despair to hope, from the end of all things to the genesis of a new world. Each gentle ebb and flow of the receding waters was a step closer to that momentous day, when the ramp would be lowered, and humanity, alongside the creatures they had preserved, would step out into the dawn of a promised land. The great wooden vessel, their world for so long, groaned one last time, a sound of profound release. It was not the creak of stressed timbers battling an unseen force, but the settling sigh of a leviathan finally at rest. For Noah, standing at the ramp, his hand still instinctively gripping the worn railing, it was the sound that signified the end of one epoch and the breathtaking, terrifying beginning of another. The air, which had for months been thick with the recycled breath of the ark's inhabitants, with the scent of damp wood and the pervasive aroma of animal life, now rushed in, clean and sharp, carrying with it a perfume utterly alien and yet deeply familiar. It was the scent of earth, of rain-washed soil, of a world scrubbed raw and reborn. His sons stood beside him, their faces etched with the same awe that he felt. Shem, ever the pragmatist, gripped a sturdy branch, his knuckles white, as if to anchor himself to this new reality. Ham, his youthful impulsiveness tempered by the gravity of the moment, took a hesitant step forward, his eyes wide, drinking in the vastness that lay before them. Japheth, his gaze fixed upwards, as if searching the heavens for a sign, a confirmation of this miracle, breathed deeply, his shoulders relaxing for the first time since the rains had begun. Sarah, his wife, her hand clasped in his, felt the tremble of his hand, a tremor that mirrored the tremor in her own soul. The weight of years, of fear, of endless days confined within the ark, seemed to lift with each inhalation of this revitalized air. And then, the step. The first human footfall on this ancient, yet brand new, earth. Noah felt the yielding, but firm, embrace of the ground beneath his worn sandal. It was not the heaving instability of the ark, nor the treacherous, slick mud that had been visible from their high vantage point. This was solid, unyielding earth, a foundation upon which to build, to live, to endure. It was a sensation so profoundly simple, so utterly fundamental, that it brought tears to his eyes. He sank to his knees, his hands pressing into the damp soil. It was cool, rich, and alive. He could feel the subtle hum of it, the quiet, persistent work of the earth itself, beginning anew. He ran his fingers through it, sifting the dark grains, the tiny pebbles, the remnants of a world that was no more, now mingled with the promise of a world that was to come. This was not just dirt, this was the very substance of creation, offered to them once more. He looked up, and his breath caught in his throat. The horizon stretched out before them, an unbroken, endless sweep of muted greens and browns. There were no jagged peaks that he recognized, no familiar landmarks to orient himself. The world had been reshaped, its contours smoothed by the immense power of the flood. Yet, in this vast emptiness, there was a profound beauty. The sky above was a canvas of soft, pastel hues, the clouds drifting lazily, like scattered pearls. The sun, though still a gentle presence, cast a warm, steady light that seemed to bless the land. It was a landscape stripped bare, and in that starkness, there was a purity, a sense of unblemished potential. The ark, a testament to survival, now stood behind them, a monumental reminder of the abyss they had traversed, but it was no longer their world. Their world was now this expanse, this quiet, waiting earth. Sarah joined him, her knees sinking into the soft earth beside his. She gathered a handful of the soil, her fingers tracing the contours of a tiny, perfectly formed shell embedded within it. Life, she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. Even in the mud, life endures. Noah nodded, his heart swelling with a gratitude so profound it was almost painful. They had been given this. Not just their lives, but the very ground beneath their feet. A second chance. A world cleansed, ready to be reseeded, re-inhabited, reborn. The ark had carried them through the judgment, through the cleansing fire of the waters. Now, it had delivered them to the dawn of a new creation. The animals, sensing the shift, began to stir. A low rumble came from the enclosure of the lions, a sound of curiosity, not aggression. The bleating of sheep, the lowing of cattle, the chirping of birds released from their cages, it all blended into a symphony of awakening. They too, had been preserved, and they too, were now stepping out from the ark, their instincts guiding them towards this new existence. Noah watched as a pair of doves, their wings still slightly damp, took flight, circling the ark once before soaring out towards the open landscape. They were scouts, messengers of this renewed earth, carrying the news of their arrival to the silent, waiting land. Ham, ever the explorer, had already ventured a few paces ahead, his arms outstretched, as if to embrace the entirety of the world. He stopped, pointing excitedly. "Father, look." Following his gaze, Noah saw it. A small, impossibly green shoot, pushing its way defiantly through the dark soil. It was a single blade of grass, a solitary testament to the resilience of nature. It was not much, not yet, but it was everything. It was the first whisper of a new Eden, the nascent promise of a world that would bloom again. Noah knelt, his forehead touching the cool earth, a silent prayer of thanksgiving on his lips. The enormity of the task ahead was overwhelming: to repopulate, to rebuild, to nurture this fragile, reborn world. But in that moment, with the scent of the earth filling his lungs and the sight of that single green shoot before him, there was only a profound sense of peace. They had survived. They had arrived. And the work of living, of tending to this precious gift, had begun. The Ark, a vessel of salvation, had completed its mission. Now, the earth, a canvas of renewed life, awaited their touch. The wind, a gentle breath across the land, carried the scent of rain, but also the scent of burgeoning life, of seeds waiting to sprout, of a future waiting to unfold. It was the breath of a world ready to begin again. The days that followed were a blur of tentative exploration and profound discovery. Noah and his sons, guided by an instinct honed over generations of tending to the earth, began to survey their new domain. The landscape, though lacking the familiar grandeur of the pre-flood world, held its own quiet majesty. Rolling hills, smoothed by the relentless waters, stretched towards the horizon, their slopes carpeted in a fine layer of silt that was slowly, inexorably, giving way to a sparse but tenacious growth of hardy grasses. Small, meandering streams, born from the receding waters and the newly formed springs, carved gentle paths through the terrain, their waters clear and pure, a life-giving elixir for the parched earth. It was a world in its infancy, a fragile beauty born from cataclysm. The towering trees, the ancient forests that Noah remembered from his youth, were gone. The evidence of their existence was in the occasional colossal log, waterlogged and bleached, half buried in the mud, a somber reminder of the world that had been. But from the dark, fertile soil, new life was emerging. Noah would spend hours examining the ground, his keen eyes searching for any sign of vegetation. He found small, resilient shrubs clinging to the less exposed slopes, their leaves a deep, vibrant green, a stark contrast to the muted tones of the mud. He discovered patches of wild herbs, their pungent aromas filling the air as he brushed against them, a subtle but unmistakable promise of sustenance. His sons, each with their own unique aptitudes, contributed to this early phase of rebuilding. Shem, ever the organizer, began to chart the immediate vicinity, mapping out the areas with the most promising soil and the closest water sources. He was methodical, his mind already at work on the logistics of planting and cultivation, his gaze often fixed on the small store of seeds they had managed to preserve within the ark. Ham, with his boundless energy and keen observational skills, became their chief scout. He would venture further afield, his youthful exuberance driving him to explore the boundaries of their immediate surroundings. It was Ham who discovered the first signs of animal life beyond the ark: a herd of deer, their coats a dusty brown, grazing peacefully on a distant hillside, their movements cautious but unhurried. He also found evidence of smaller creatures, the tracks of rabbits in the soft earth, the chirping of unseen insects in the burgeoning scrub. Japheth, the quietest of the brothers, found his role in the spiritual grounding of their new existence. He would often lead his father and brothers in prayer, his voice steady and clear as he gave thanks for their deliverance and sought guidance for the immense task ahead. He would spend time simply observing the natural world, his contemplation of its resilience deepening his faith. He would find solace in the repetitive patterns of the waves that still lapped at the edges of the land, in the unfurling of a new leaf, in the silent flight of a hawk circling high above. Sarah and her daughters-in-law, though their hands were still often busy with the practicalities of life within the ark, began to turn their attention to the potential of the land. They gathered samples of the soil, testing its texture and its moisture content. They collected fallen seeds from the hardy plants they found, carefully storing them in woven baskets, their hopes pinned on the possibility of cultivation. There was a palpable sense of purpose, a shared understanding that their survival was not an end in itself, but a beginning. They were not merely inhabitants of this new earth, they were its custodians, its tenders, its future. The ark, which had been their refuge, their sanctuary, now began to feel like a temporary dwelling. Its purpose had been to preserve life through the deluge. Now, its purpose was shifting, becoming a base from which to launch their new lives upon the land. The animals, too, were no longer confined. They were gradually being released, their instincts guiding them to find their place in this newly formed ecosystem. The great beasts, having been carefully observed and assessed, were allowed to roam, their powerful forms becoming part of the landscape, their presence a testament to the ark's success. Smaller creatures were set free in greater numbers, their rapid reproduction a key to the repopulation of the earth. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and deep purple, Noah stood with his family on a rise overlooking the vast, open plains. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint, sweet scent of wild blooms. The sounds of the animals, now more distant and integrated into the natural symphony of the evening, were a comforting murmur. He looked at his sons, their faces illuminated by the fading light, a mixture of weariness and profound contentment etched upon them. He looked at his wife, her hand resting on his arm, her eyes reflecting the same quiet hope that filled his own heart. "We are the beginning," he said, his voice barely a whisper, carried on the evening breeze. "We are the seed, and this," he gestured to the land stretching out before them, "is the soil." He felt the weight of that responsibility, the immense privilege of being entrusted with this second chance. It was a task that would demand all their strength, all their wisdom, and all their faith. But as he looked at the quiet, waiting land, and felt the solid earth beneath his feet, he knew they were ready. The flood had tested them, purged them, and delivered them. Now, the work of creation, of growth, of life, had begun anew. The ark stood as a monument to their deliverance, but the true testament to God's promise lay in the silent, fertile earth, and the determined stirrings of life within it. The days of confinement were over, the days of tending to a renewed creation had just begun. The promise whispered in the ark, carried on the olive leaf, was now unfolding before their very eyes, a verdant tapestry woven with threads of resilience and hope. The sheer scale of the task ahead was immense, a landscape stripped bare and waiting for the touch of life. Noah understood that their survival was not an endpoint, but a profound beginning, a sacred trust. The ark, though no longer their sole dwelling, remained a vital resource. Its meticulously gathered stores of seeds, the carefully preserved specimens of flora, the very knowledge of cultivation passed down through generations, were now their most precious inheritance. The initial days were filled with a quiet intensity, a methodical approach to understanding this new world. They moved beyond the immediate vicinity of the ark, their exploration driven by a primal need to assess the land's potential. Shem, with his innate understanding of agriculture, would spend hours studying the soil, its composition, its ability to retain moisture. He experimented with small plots, digging into the earth, adding the nutrient-rich compost they had carefully managed within the ark. He would patiently plant the seeds, his prayers a silent accompaniment to the act of sowing. He understood that the success of their future hinged not just on the abundance of life that had survived the flood, but on their ability to nurture and cultivate it. He looked at the sky, not with the apprehension of the past, but with a keen awareness of its role in their new existence. The rain that would nourish, the sun that would warm, the winds that would carry the pollen of future generations. Ham, with his sharp eyes and quick feet, became their expert forager. He discovered sources of edible roots and tubers, patiently learning to distinguish the nourishing from the poisonous. He mapped out areas where wild berries, though few and far between, were beginning to appear, their tart sweetness a welcome addition to their diet. He also became their primary animal tracker, his knowledge of their habits, gained from his time on the ark, proving invaluable. He learned to identify the calls of birds, the rustle of small creatures in the undergrowth, the distant scent of larger animals on the breeze. He saw the animals not merely as creatures to be managed, but as integral parts of the ecosystem they were tasked with rebuilding. He noted their interactions, their feeding grounds, their paths, and understood that their presence was as crucial as their own. Japheth, with his contemplative nature, found a deeper connection with the spiritual essence of the land. He would often venture out alone, his quiet presence seeming to harmonize with the nascent life around him. He would sit for hours by the water sources, observing the flow of the streams, the way the light danced on the surface, the subtle signs of life teeming beneath. He saw in the persistent growth of the smallest blade of grass, in the unwavering flight of a solitary bird, a reflection of the divine faithfulness that had preserved them. His prayers became a testament to the covenant, a recognition of the sacred responsibility they had been given. He would share his insights with his brothers, his gentle words often offering a perspective that grounded their more practical endeavors in a deeper spiritual truth. Sarah, alongside her daughters-in-law, began to establish a more permanent living space. They chose a location near a reliable water source, with access to open land suitable for cultivation. They used materials salvaged from the ark, along with the abundant natural resources of the land, sturdy branches, compacted mud, and large, flat stones, to construct simple but durable dwellings. It was a slow, laborious process, each structure a testament to their collective effort and their shared vision for the future. They learned to harness the power of the sun for drying food, to use the natural contours of the land for protection against the elements. Their domestic lives, once centered within the confines of the ark, now began to extend outwards, their hearts burning not just for warmth, but as beacons of life and hope upon the land. The gradual release of animals from the ark was a carefully orchestrated event. Noah and his sons would observe the behavior of each species, assessing their readiness to adapt to the outside world. They began with the hardier herbivores, the sheep and goats, their gentle bleating echoing across the plains as they ventured out. Then came the cattle, their lumbering forms a familiar sight, their lowing a comforting sound. The more predatory animals, the lions and bears, were released with a mixture of trepidation and awe, their powerful presence a reminder of the wildness that still defined this new world. Yet, even in their wildness, there was a sense of balance, a natural order that was beginning to reassert itself. The careful observation and controlled release of these creatures ensured that they would not overwhelm the nascent ecosystem, but rather, integrate into it. Noah would often stand at the edge of their burgeoning settlement, the scent of wood smoke mingling with the fresh, earthy aroma of the land. He would watch his family, his sons and their wives, engaged in their tasks, their movements purposeful and imbued with a deep sense of meaning. He saw in their work not just the effort of survival, but the act of creation. They were not merely rebuilding, they were cultivating. They were not just living, they were nurturing. The ark, a symbol of their miraculous preservation, was slowly becoming a part of the landscape, its timbers weathered by the sun and wind, its once dominant presence now softened by the encroaching greenery. It served as a constant reminder of their journey, but it was no longer their world. Their world was now the expanse of earth, the clear blue sky, and the promise of life that was unfolding before them, day by day, season by season. The covenant was not just a spoken word, it was a lived reality, etched into the very fabric of the land they now called home. The task was immense, the challenges undeniable, but in the shared labor, the quiet determination, and the enduring hope, Noah saw the dawning of a new age, a testament to the resilience of life and the unfailing faithfulness of the Creator. The earth, once a vessel of judgment, was now a garden of promise, and they, its humble stewards, were ready to tend to its rebirth. The receding waters had not simply returned the land to its former state, they had scoured it, reshaped it, and, in a sense, reborn it. The world Noah and his family stepped onto was one of stark, untamed beauty. Yet, beneath the raw magnificence, a profound sense of vulnerability lingered. They had survived the tempest, the cataclysm that had reshaped continents and extinguished all other life. Now, standing on this nascent earth, the immensity of their singular survival weighed heavily upon them. The ark, their sanctuary and their world for so long, was a monumental presence behind them, a stark reminder of the judgment that had passed. But as the days turned into weeks, and they ventured further from its sheltering timbers, their focus began to shift. It was no longer about escaping the deluge, but about embracing the dawn that followed. The air, once thick with the stifling confines of the ark, now tasted of freedom and the wild, untamed essence of the earth. The scent of damp soil, of burgeoning plant life, of the clean, crisp wind, it was a symphony for the senses, a balm to souls that had known only fear and confinement. Noah found himself drawn to the open spaces, to the vast, uninterrupted horizons that stretched out before them. It was a world unburdened by the weight of human transgression, a world scrubbed clean and offered anew. He would often walk with his sons, his gaze sweeping across the landscape, his heart a complex tapestry of gratitude, awe, and a deep, abiding responsibility. The seeds they had carried, the knowledge they had preserved, were not merely provisions for survival, they were the seeds of a new covenant, a promise to be nurtured and cultivated. Shem, ever the meticulous planner, began to document their surroundings. He mapped the water sources, the areas of fertile soil, the emerging patterns of vegetation. His mind, so adept at order, found a new canvas in the unblemished earth. He saw not just dirt and grass, but potential, the building blocks of a future civilization. He understood that their survival was a gift, but it was also a charge. They were to be more than mere inhabitants. They were to be stewards, tending to this new creation with the same care and reverence they had shown to the ark's precious cargo. His days were spent in diligent study, his hands often stained with the rich, dark earth, his brow furrowed in concentration as he envisioned the fields that would one day yield their sustenance. Ham, whose youthful energy had been so confined within the ark, now seemed to find an inexhaustible wellspring of vitality in the open air. He would race across the plains, his laughter echoing in the silence, his keen eyes spotting the first signs of animal life beyond their immediate vicinity. He discovered herds of grazing animals, their movements cautious, their senses alert to the newness of their world. He learned to identify the tracks of smaller creatures in the soft mud, to discern the calls of birds that had found refuge in the sparse but resilient scrub. He understood, with a child's unvarnished clarity, that their role was not to dominate this world, but to coexist with it, to become a part of its intricate, delicate balance. Japheth, the quiet observer, found his solace in the profound stillness of the earth. He would sit for hours by the newly formed streams, his gaze fixed on the water, its ceaseless flow a metaphor for the enduring cycle of life. He saw in the unfurling of a new leaf, in the determined push of a sapling through the earth, a reflection of God's unwavering faithfulness. His prayers were not pleas for intervention, but hymns of thanksgiving, acknowledgments of the divine grace that had seen them through the darkest of times. He understood that the earth itself was a living testament to God's covenant, a promise of renewal and perpetual life. Sarah, with her deep wisdom and gentle strength, began to lay the foundations for their new home. She guided her daughters-in-law in selecting a site, near a clear, flowing stream, with fertile land suitable for cultivation. They worked together, their hands calloused, their spirits undaunted, using salvaged materials from the ark and the abundant resources of the land to construct dwellings that were simple, yet sturdy. They learned to harness the sun's warmth for drying their stores, to utilize the natural contours of the land for shelter. Their domestic lives, once confined to the ark's interior, now expanded outward, their hearts burning not just for warmth, but as beacons of life and hope. As they established their new lives, a sense of wonder, mingled with a profound sense of awe, began to permeate their days. The sky, which had been a source of terror for so long, now seemed to hold a benevolent promise. The sun, which had blazed with destructive fury, now offered gentle warmth, coaxing life from the fertile soil. And then, one afternoon, as the clouds began to dissipate after a gentle rain, it appeared. It was a spectacle of such breathtaking beauty, such pure, unadulterated glory, that it stole the breath from Noah's lungs. Arcing across the vast, newly washed sky was a rainbow, a celestial bridge of vibrant hues, a masterpiece painted by the hand of the Creator. The colors, impossibly vivid against the soft, pastel backdrop of the sky, seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly light. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, each color a distinct thread in a tapestry of divine artistry. It was a sight that transcended mere visual appeal. It was a message, a profound declaration etched into the very fabric of the heavens. Noah stood transfixed, his heart swelling with an emotion so profound it was almost overwhelming. He saw not just light refracted through water droplets, but a promise. This was no ordinary phenomenon, this was a sign. A sign from the God who had judged them, who had cleansed the world with water, who had preserved them within the confines of the ark. It was a visible manifestation of his covenant, a reassurance that the reign of judgment had ended, and a new era, one of grace and remembrance, had begun. He turned to his sons, their faces upturned, mirroring the wonder and awe that filled his own soul. He saw in their eyes a dawning understanding, a recognition of the divine significance of this celestial display. Sarah stood beside him, her hand clasped tightly in his, her gaze fixed on the arc of color. He could feel the tremor in her hand, a tremor that spoke of relief, of a hope rekindled, of a faith solidified. "Look," Noah whispered, his voice thick with emotion, his gaze still fixed on the heavens. "Do you see it?" Shem nodded, his usual practicality momentarily eclipsed by the sheer magnificence before him. "It is beautiful, Father, unlike anything I have ever seen." Ham, ever the enthusiast, clapped his hands together. "It's like a bridge from the sky to the earth." Japheth, his eyes shining, spoke softly. "It is a sign, Father. A sign of his promise." Noah drew a deep, cleansing breath, the scent of rain-washed earth filling his lungs. "Yes," he affirmed, his voice gaining strength. "It is his promise. A covenant. A reminder." He looked at the rainbow, its vibrant arc stretching across the entire horizon, a perfect curve that seemed to encompass their entire world. "He has promised that never again will he utterly destroy the earth with a flood. Never again will the waters come to cover all living things." The words resonated with a power that shook him to his core. The years of fear, the constant gnawing anxiety that the waters might rise again, had been a heavy burden. Now, that burden was being lifted, replaced by the enduring certainty of a divine pledge. This was more than just a beautiful spectacle, it was the seal of a new beginning, a testament to God's unfailing faithfulness. He recalled the olive branch, the symbol of returning life that the dove had carried to the ark. That had been a whisper of hope, a promise of what was to come. This rainbow, however, was a full-throated declaration, a monumental affirmation of God's renewed relationship with humanity and with the earth itself. It was a promise that life, in all its diverse forms, would continue to flourish, nurtured by the sun and the rain, guided by the hand of its creator. "This is his covenant," Noah declared, his voice now carrying across the open plain, reaching his sons and his wife. "A sign between me and you and every living creature of all flesh, that never again shall all flesh be cut off by the waters of the flood, and never again shall there be a flood to destroy the earth." He looked at his family, at their faces illuminated by the gentle light of the setting sun and the vibrant colors of the rainbow. "He is not forgetting us. He is not abandoning us. He is making a new beginning with us." The weight of the world, which had seemed so crushing in the wake of the flood, began to feel lighter. The responsibility of repopulating and tending to the earth remained, a sacred duty they would continue to uphold. But now, that responsibility was imbued with a profound sense of assurance, a deep-seated knowledge that they were not alone in their endeavor. As the days continued to unfold, the rainbow became a constant, reassuring presence in the sky. Each time it appeared, after a rainfall, it served as a powerful reminder of God's promise, a tangible symbol of His grace and His enduring love. Noah and his family found comfort and strength in its presence. It was a beacon of hope in a world still in its infancy, a world that bore the scars of divine judgment, but was now vibrant with the promise of renewal. Following the appearance of the rainbow, Noah felt a deep, spiritual compulsion to express his gratitude. He understood that the covenant was not a one-sided agreement. While God had made his promise, humanity also had a role to play. It was a role of faithfulness, of obedience, and of profound thanksgiving. He knew that a sacrifice was not merely an act of appeasing a deity, but a sacred ritual that cemented their understanding and acceptance of the covenant. He gathered his sons, his heart filled with a solemn purpose. "We must offer our thanks," he said, his voice resonating with a newfound conviction. "We must acknowledge this divine promise, and in doing so, reaffirm our commitment to Him." They found a suitable place, a gently sloping rise that offered a clear view of the vast expanse of the earth, a place where the sky felt closer, and the presence of the divine seemed to linger. Noah instructed his sons to help him prepare. They gathered wood, not the charred remnants of the flood, but fresh, sturdy branches, symbolic of the new life that was beginning to sprout from the earth. They carefully selected one of the finest of the animals that had been preserved, a young, healthy bull, its coat a rich, earthy brown, its eyes clear and full of life. As Noah led the bull to the altar he had constructed, a sense of profound reverence settled over the gathered family. This was not merely an offering of flesh and blood, but an offering of their hearts, their lives, and their unwavering faith. He laid his hands on the animal's head, a silent prayer of dedication passing through him. He acknowledged the gravity of the covenant, the immense privilege of being chosen to rebuild and repopulate the earth. He prayed for the wisdom and strength to uphold their end of the agreement, to live lives that honored the God who had shown them such extraordinary mercy. With a deep breath, Noah performed the ancient rite. The flames leapt upwards, consuming the offering, and sending a column of smoke rising towards the heavens. It was a visual representation of their prayer, a tangible signal of their devotion ascending to the divine. As the smoke curled and dissipated into the vastness of the sky, Noah felt a profound sense of peace settle over him. He knew that his offering had been received, that their commitment had been acknowledged. The act of sacrifice was more than just a ritual, it was a testament to their renewed understanding of their place in the grand tapestry of creation. It was an acknowledgement that life was a gift, a sacred trust that had been entrusted to them by the Creator. The covenant of the rainbow was not just a passive promise, it was an active partnership, a dynamic relationship that required their participation and their devotion. The establishment of the covenant marked a definitive turning point. The days of judgment and destruction were irrevocably in the past. The floodwaters had receded, and with them, the darkness of fear and despair. In their place, a new dawn had broken, a dawn bathed in the radiant colors of the rainbow, a dawn filled with the promise of hope, of life, and of an enduring divine presence. Noah and his family were no longer simply survivors. They were the architects of a new world, the guardians of a sacred covenant, forever marked by the celestial sign that promised a future of grace and redemption. The earth, once a vessel of wrath, was now a garden of promise, and they, its humble stewards, were ready to tend to its rebirth, guided by the light of the rainbow, a constant reminder of the love and faithfulness of their God. The covenant was not just a promise of what would be, but a foundation upon which to build their lives, their families, and the future of all humanity. It was the dawn of a new era, an era defined by hope, by faith, and by the everlasting presence of divine grace, forever emblazoned in the heavens, a testament to the enduring power of God's love. Chapter 5. The Burning Bush and the Shepherd. The biting wind, a constant companion in the vast expanse of Midian, whipped tendrils of sand against Moses's face. It was a stark contrast to the perfumed air of the Egyptian palace, a sensation that had long since ceased to be jarring, replaced instead by a familiar, earthy bite. He adjusted the worn leather strap of his sandal, his gaze sweeping across the undulating dunes, their curves softened by the descending sun. The flock, a scattered constellation of woolly forms, grazed contentedly on the sparse, hardy scrub that stubbornly clung to life in this arid land. Each bleating ewe, each gambolling lamb, was a testament to his guardianship, a responsibility he had embraced with a quiet, unyielding devotion. 40 years. The number itself felt like a stone worn smooth by the relentless current of time. 40 years since he had fled the gilded cage of Egypt, 40 years since the act of impulsive justice had sealed his fate, rendering him a fugitive from the very power he had once been destined to wield. The opulence of his youth, the silks, the jewels, the endless corridors of power, they were phantoms now, receding memories that held little sway against the tangible reality of his present. His hands, once accustomed to the delicate touch required for courtly affairs, were now calloused and roughened by the rough wool of sheep and the unforgiving grip of shepherd's crook. His skin, once pale and protected from the harsh sun, was now tanned to a deep, burnished hue, etched with the fine lines that spoke of long days under an unforgiving sky. The desert was a harsh teacher, its lessons delivered not through pronouncements and decrees, but through the silent, immutable laws of survival. It demanded patience, a deep understanding of the land, and an acute awareness of the subtle shifts in the wind, the distant cry of a hawk, the almost imperceptible movement that signaled the approach of a predator. Moses had learned to read the land like a scroll, to anticipate the needs of his flock, to find the hidden springs that offered precious, life-sustaining water. He had learned to listen to the silence, a silence so profound it could be deafening, yet within it, he could discern the faintest rustle, the softest footfall. His days were a rhythm of simple, repetitive tasks. The dawn brought the imperative of gathering the scattered sheep, coaxing them from their shelters where they had weathered the cool desert night. Then came the slow, deliberate trek across the plains, following the ancient paths of the grazing herds, guiding them towards patches of hardy vegetation. He knew the locations of the most succulent shoots, the places where the dew lingered longest in the early morning. He moved with an unhurried grace, a part of the landscape, his silhouette merging with the shadows cast by the rising sun. The midday heat often drove him to seek the shade of a rocky outcrop, where he would rest, his flock milling around him, a living blanket of warmth. It was during these quiet hours that his mind, freed from the immediate demands of his task, would often wander. He rarely thought of his Egyptian past with longing, nor with the bitter sting of regret. Those memories were like embers, glowing faintly but no longer possessing the power to ignite. Instead, his thoughts often turned inward, a deep introspection forged by solitude and the vastness of his surroundings. He had been a prince, raised in the heart of a mighty empire, educated in its lore and its languages. He had been taught the ways of leadership, the intricacies of governance, the art of war. But here, in the unforgiving embrace of the desert, those lessons seemed strangely irrelevant, like relics from a forgotten age. The humility that had been a reluctant guest in his heart in those early days of his exile had now become a steadfast companion. The arrogance, the youthful certainty that had propelled him to strike down the Egyptian overseer, had been gradually eroded by the sheer immensity of the desert and the humbling dependence of his flock. He had learned that true strength was not in wielding power, but in nurturing life, in protecting the vulnerable, in understanding the delicate balance of the natural world. He observed the intricate social order of the desert creatures, the unwavering devotion of a mother ewe to her lamb, the watchful vigilance of the ram protecting his flock. He saw a reflection of a divine order, a wisdom that transcended human artifice and political machabilities. The simple, unvarnished truth of nature offered a stark contrast to the convoluted deceptions and ruthless ambitions he had witnessed in the Egyptian court. His relationship with Jethro, his father-in-law, was a quiet one, marked by a shared respect and an unspoken understanding. Jethro, a priest of Midian, was a man of deep wisdom, his eyes holding the ancient knowledge of the land and its creator. He had taken Moses in when he was a broken man, a fugitive with nowhere else to turn. He had offered him not just shelter, but a purpose, a way to rebuild his life, piece by agonizing piece. Jethro's teachings had been gentle but profound, guiding Moses not through stern pronouncements, but through parables and observations, unveiling the subtle workings of the divine in the everyday occurrences of life. Moses would often recount his day's experiences to Jethro, not as a report, but as a sharing of observations. He would speak of a ewe that had delivered a difficult birth, of a young lamb that had wandered too far and been guided back by its mother, of the changing patterns of the stars that guided him on his nightly watch. Jethro would listen with a patient ear, his gaze often fixed on the distant horizon, and then offer a quiet insight, a word of encouragement, or a gentle reminder of the Creator's boundless providence. The nights in Midian were a spectacle of celestial grandeur. Far from the oppressive light pollution of the cities, the stars blazed with an intensity that was breathtaking. Moses would often find himself lying on the cool sand, his flock settled around him, gazing up at the infinite tapestry of the cosmos. He would trace the familiar constellations, imagining them as markers on a divine map, each star a testament to the enduring power and vastness of the one who had created it all. He had learned the names of the constellations from his Egyptian tutors, but here, under the unadulterated darkness, they seemed to speak a different language, a language of ancient truths and silent promises. He had adopted the customs of the Midianites, their simple diet of bread, dates, and goat's milk, their humble dwellings woven from reeds and animal hides. His once regal bearing had been softened by the rhythms of a pastoral life, his movements more grounded, his gaze more steady. He had shed the trappings of his former identity like a snake sheds its skin, and in doing so, had discovered a deeper, more authentic self. There were moments, fleeting and unexpected, when the weight of his past would press upon him. A sudden scent on the wind, a particular slant of light, a familiar melody hummed by a passing traveler, these could, for a brief instant, transport him back to the bustling streets of Thebes, to the echoing halls of the palace, to the faces of those he had known. But these moments were like ripples on the surface of a deep, tranquil lake, quickly subsiding, leaving the underlying calm undisturbed. He had no illusions about his future. The burning desire for justice that had once consumed him had been tempered by the slow, steady work of 40 years. He had accepted his exile, his life as a shepherd, as his lot. He found a profound satisfaction in the care of his flock, in the tangible results of his labor, in the quiet communion with the natural world. He was no longer Moses, the prince of Egypt, the potential pharaoh. He was Moses, the shepherd of Midian, a man stripped bare of pretense, ready to serve, to protect, to endure. The desert had been a wilderness not just in geography, but in spirit. It had been a place of purification, of stripping away the unnecessary, the superficial. It had been a crucible where the dross of his royal upbringing had been burned away, leaving behind a core of resilience, patience, and a deep, abiding connection to the earth and its creator. He was, in essence, being forged anew, prepared for a purpose he could not yet comprehend, a destiny that lay hidden beyond the vast, shimmering horizons of the Midianite desert. The shepherd's crook in his hand was not merely a tool for guiding sheep, it was an instrument of a deeper calling, a silent testament to the profound transformation that 40 years of humble service had wrought. He was a prince in disguise, a leader in waiting, his heart and soul tempered by the harsh, unforgiving beauty of the wilderness. The silence of the desert had become his sanctuary, its vastness his cathedral, and the bleating of his sheep the hymns that accompanied his quiet, unheralded preparation. The weight of the sun, a familiar pressure on his shoulders, was a constant reminder of his Midianite existence, a life deliberately chosen, a stark contrast to the opulence he had known. Yet, beneath the veneer of pastoral contentment, a restless current stirred, a legacy that refused to be silenced by the vast, indifferent sands. The bleating of his flock, once a soothing balm, now occasionally carried the faint, mournful echo of a forgotten tongue, a language whispered in hushed tones in the courtyards of his youth. It was the language of his people, the Hebrews, a people whose plight had been the catalyst for his flight, and whose memory, though buried deep, refused to be extinguished. He remembered, with a clarity that could still pierce him, the casual cruelty he had witnessed as a young man in the Egyptian court. The overseers, their faces hardened by the desert sun and the inherent brutality of their profession, wielded their whips with a careless disregard for the humanity of the men and women who labored under their lash. He had seen the broken bodies, the hollow eyes, the sheer, crushing weariness that had settled upon the Israelites like a shroud. These were not abstract injustices, they were visceral realities that had etched themselves into the fabric of his being, despite his privileged upbringing. The very air in the palace, heavy with incense and the cloying sweetness of exotic perfumes, had often seemed to carry the scent of dust and despair from the brickyards. The incident, the one that had irrevocably altered the course of his life, replayed itself in his mind with a disquieting frequency. The Egyptian striking the Israelite, the sheer, unprovoked violence of it had ignited a firestorm within him. It was not just the act itself, but the presumption of it, the casual assertion of dominance over another human being. In that moment, the Prince of Egypt, raised in the lap of luxury and steeped in the traditions of power, had seen not a slave, but a brother, a fellow child of the same Creator, subjected to unspeakable indignity. His impulsive intervention, born of righteous anger and a burgeoning sense of his Hebrew heritage, had been swift and, in its own way, just. But the consequences had been absolute. The swiftness of his escape, the raw terror that had propelled him across the sands, had been matched only by the profound sense of loss, not for the gilded cage he had left behind, but for the people he had been forced to abandon. He carried the burden of that abandonment like a physical ache. He had the power, or at least the potential for it, to have made a difference. He had been educated, trained, and even loved by the pharaoh's daughter. He had been privy to the inner workings of the empire. And yet, when faced with the stark reality of his people's suffering, his response had been one of individual, albeit forceful, action, followed by flight. He had intervened in a single instance, and then he had disappeared, leaving the multitude to their fate. This was the gnawing guilt that the quietude of the desert could not erase. He had traded one form of helplessness for another. He was no longer a prince with the potential to influence change from within the heart of power, but a shepherd, seemingly removed from the very world he had once been a part of. His identity had become a fractured thing. Was he Moses, the adopted son of royalty, the man who had walked the halls of power and spoken with learned scribes? Or was he Moses, the fugitive, the man who now understood the language of the wind and the needs of a flock? And at his core, beneath the layers of his extraordinary life, who was he truly? Was he the Hebrew prince, secretly aware of his origins, or the Egyptian royal, detached from the harsh realities of the enslaved? This internal schism was a constant companion, a silent argument waged within the depths of his soul. The tranquility of his present life was a carefully constructed facade, masking the turmoil that simmered beneath. He would watch his sheep graze, their movements slow and unhurried, and he would sometimes catch himself comparing their simple existence to the complex machinations of the Egyptian court. The pharaoh, his adoptive father, a man of immense power and seemingly limitless authority, was a figure who now seemed distant and almost mythical. Yet, Moses remembered the human being beneath the crown, the man who, in his own way, had shown him a measure of kindness. But that kindness was inextricably linked to the system of oppression that bound his people. The very empire that had offered him a life of privilege was built upon the backs of his enslaved kin. The fear was a cold knot in his stomach. It was not the fear of wild animals or of the unforgiving desert. It was a deeper, more primal fear of the power he had once possessed, and the power he had renounced. He had seen firsthand the intoxicating allure of authority, the ease with which it could corrupt, and the terrible cost it exacted from those who wielded it and those who were subjected to it. He had fled from that power, but the memory of its grip remained. He had been trained in its ways, and he understood its insidious nature. Was he truly free from its temptation? Could he, with his ingrained understanding of its mechanics, ever truly escape its shadow? He would sometimes imagine scenarios, fleeting fantasies born of regret and a lingering sense of responsibility. What if he had stayed? What if he had used his influence, his education, his unique position as a Hebrew raised as an Egyptian, to advocate for his people? He knew, with a chilling certainty, that such an endeavor would have been fraught with peril. The entrenched systems of power in Egypt were not easily swayed by appeals to conscience or justice. He had seen the ruthlessness with which dissent was crushed. His single act of violence had been enough to brand him a criminal, an enemy of the state. To have actively challenged the pharaoh would have been an act of suicidal defiance. And yet, the question lingered, had he chosen the easier path? Had he opted for self-preservation over the arduous, potentially fatal, struggle for his people's freedom? The desert had offered him sanctuary, but it had also offered him distance. It had allowed him to escape the immediate consequences of his actions, but it had also, in a way, allowed him to escape the responsibility that should have followed. The placid surface of his shepherd's life was a testament to his success in burying these questions, but they were like persistent weeds, always finding a way to surface, their roots entwined with the very essence of his being. The stories of the elders, the fragmented narratives of their ancestors that he had heard whispered in secret, began to resurface with greater clarity. The tales of Abraham, of Isaac, of Jacob, they were more than just ancient lore, they were the bedrock of a heritage he had been denied, a heritage he was only now beginning to truly comprehend. These were the stories of a covenant, of promises made and promises yet to be fulfilled. They spoke of a God who chose the humble, who worked through unlikely vessels, who demanded faith in the face of overwhelming odds. Could he, Moses, a man of two worlds, a prince and a fugitive, a man burdened by guilt and fear, be one of those unlikely vessels? He looked at his hands, calloused and weathered by years of tending to sheep. These were not the hands of a warrior, nor the hands of a king. They were the hands of a laborer, a caregiver. And yet, he remembered the strength that had surged through them when he had intervened on behalf of the Israelite. There was a latent power there, a capacity for action that had been suppressed, not through weakness, but through the conscious choice to live a life of quietude. The irony was not lost on him. He had fled Egypt to escape the entanglement of power and responsibility, only to find himself, years later, wrestling with the very same demons in the solitude of the desert. The questions of identity, of heritage, and of purpose were not resolved by his physical displacement. They were, in fact, amplified by it. The desert had stripped away the external trappings of his life, forcing him to confront the man within, the man who carried the echoes of a lost heritage and the unspoken cries of an enslaved people. His shepherd's life was a retreat, but it was also, he was beginning to realize, a preparation. The silence of the desert was not an end, but a space in which something profound, something terrifying and perhaps even glorious, was waiting to be awakened. The quiet routine of his days was the calm before a storm that was gathering not on the horizon of the desert, but within the tempestuous landscape of his own soul. He was a man caught between two worlds, forever marked by the injustice he had witnessed and the heritage he was only now beginning to embrace, a heritage that demanded more than mere remembrance, but an active, perhaps perilous, engagement. The rhythm of the seasons, once a blur of distant events in the opulent courts of Egypt, now dictated the very cadence of his existence. Each sunrise painted the eastern sky with hues he'd never truly seen, each sunset a slow surrender to the encroaching cool of the desert night. His days were measured not by the pronouncements of Pharaoh or the intricate dance of diplomacy, but by the gentle rustle of wool, the soft murmur of ewes, and the watchful gaze he kept over his charges. He had come to Midian seeking refuge, a sanctuary from a past that threatened to consume him. He had found something more, a profound, unassuming communion with the earth and its creatures. His flock, an extension of his own weary soul, had become his world. These were not the pampered beasts of royal stables, but hardy creatures, born of the unforgiving landscape. Their lives were a testament to resilience, a daily struggle against the elements, the scarcity of water, and the ever-present threat of predators. It was in this unvarnished reality, far from the gilded cages of his former life, that Moses began to understand the true weight of responsibility. He learned to read the subtle shifts in their behavior, the almost imperceptible signs of distress or contentment. A ewe's nervous flick of the ear, the huddled massing of the lambs against the midday sun, the anxious bleating that spoke of thirst or fear, these were the unspoken language he had mastered. He knew the particular lean of a sheep about to give birth, the weary slump of a ram that had wandered too far. His hands, once accustomed to the smooth textures of papyrus and the cool gleam of polished bronze, were now roughened by wool and the dust of the earth. They were hands that had learned to gently coax a struggling lamb into the world, to staunch the bleeding of a wound inflicted by a jackal's teeth, to carry the weak back to the safety of the fold. There was a quiet dignity in their dependence, a trust that was both humbling and deeply moving. They looked to him not for grand pronouncements or strategic maneuvers, but for the simple, fundamental needs of survival, food, water, and protection. This was a stark contrast to the complex web of expectations and obligations that had defined his life in Egypt. There, power was wielded, influence was sought, and loyalty was a precarious commodity. Here, the bond was unadulterated, based on the primal instincts of care and vulnerability. He would often find himself comparing the pharaoh's absolute authority over his kingdom to his own gentle dominion over the flock. The pharaoh commanded legions, his word was law, and his decrees shaped the lives of millions. Moses, the shepherd, commanded only the trust and obedience of creatures driven by instinct. Yet, the weight of his charge felt as significant, if not more so, than the heavy crown that had once seemed an extension of the pharaoh's very being. For the lives of his sheep were not measured in political expediency or the accumulation of wealth, but in the simple, undeniable fact of their continued existence. He remembered the casual indifference with which the Egyptian overseers had treated the Israelite laborers. He had seen the whips, the heavy burdens, the utter disregard for human suffering. It was a cruelty born of a profound disconnect, a failure to acknowledge the shared humanity of those under their command. As a shepherd, Moses found himself incapable of such detachment. He felt a visceral empathy for his flock, an understanding of their fragility that resonated with the echoes of his people's suffering. He knew the gnawing hunger, the fear of the unknown, the desperate yearning for safety. One particularly harsh winter, a blizzard descended upon the hills, a swirling maelstrom of ice and wind that threatened to bury the entire landscape. The sheep, disoriented and terrified, scattered in every direction. Moses, his face chapped and raw, his body aching with cold, spent days searching for them. He climbed treacherous ravines, his cloak a meager defense against the biting wind, his eyes scanning the white expanse for any sign of movement. He found them huddled in small, Desperate groups, some buried beneath snowdrifts, others bleeding weakly, their voices lost in the fury of the storm. He remembered the desperate strength that had coursed through him as he pulled a young lamb from the suffocating snow, its tiny heart beating a frantic rhythm against his own. He had carried it back to the meager shelter of his tent, wrapping it in his own worn tunic, coaxing warmth back into its frozen limbs with his breath. He had spent hours that night, not sleeping, but tending to the weakest of his flock, his own hunger and exhaustion forgotten in his fierce determination to preserve their lives. This was not the abstract desire to see his people free, this was the immediate, tangible act of saving a life. In the quiet aftermath of the storm, as the sun finally broke through the clouds, illuminating a transformed, pristine world, Moses looked at his flock. They were a little thinner, a little more subdued, but they were alive. And in their innocent eyes, he saw a reflection of a profound truth, that leadership was not about power, but about service, not about authority, but about sacrifice. He began to see the wilderness not as a place of exile, but as a sacred space of refinement. The harshness of the land stripped away the artifice, the pretense, the ingrained habits of a life lived in the shadow of power. It demanded honesty, resilience, and a deep well of patience. He learned that the most effective solutions were often the simplest, born of observation and an intuitive understanding of natural rhythms. He learned to wait, to observe, to allow things to unfold in their own time, a stark contrast to the hurried demands and instant gratifications of the Egyptian court. He would sit for hours, watching the sheep graze, their contented chewing a soothing counterpoint to the restless churning of his own thoughts. In their quiet presence, he found a solace he had never known. They asked for nothing but the basics, and in return, they offered a silent testament to the beauty of existence. They were, in their own way, a reflection of the divine, simple, yet perfect in their created form. He developed a heightened awareness of the subtle interplay of life and death in the desert. The hawk circling high above, the scuttling lizard, the rare desert bloom pushing through the parched earth. Each had its place, its purpose, its struggle for survival. He witnessed the harsh reality of the food chain, the swift, brutal efficiency of predators. He learned to anticipate their movements, to read the signs of their presence, the disturbed dust, the broken twig, the distant howl of a jackal. His vigilance, once a product of fear and regret, transformed into a protective instinct, a fierce desire to shield his flock from harm. He remembered the times he had driven off wolves, the primal roar that had surged from his chest, the raw courage that had propelled him to defend his charges. There were no chariots, no armies, no grand pronouncements in these confrontations. There was only him, his staff, and the unyielding will to protect. In these moments, stripped of all pretense, he felt a raw power, a connection to something ancient and elemental. It was not the power of kings, but the power of a guardian, a protector. The solitude of the desert, which had once felt like a heavy cloak of isolation, began to feel like a sanctuary. It was a space where he could finally breathe, where the cacophony of his past anxieties began to recede, replaced by the quiet hum of the natural world. He discovered a profound inner strength that had been dormant, buried beneath layers of privilege and expectation. It was a strength forged in the crucible of responsibility, tempered by the quiet discipline of daily care. He began to see his sheep not merely as possessions, but as individuals, each with its own temperament, its own quirks, its own place in the flock. There was the old ram, his horns gnarled and scarred, who always led the way with quiet authority. There was the skittish young ewe, easily startled, who needed constant reassurance. There was the playful lamb, always tumbling head over heels, a constant source of amusement. He knew them all, their names etched not in ink, but in the landscape of his memory. This intimate understanding of their needs, this constant practice of empathy and protection, began to reshape him. He was no longer the impulsive prince, the fugitive torn by guilt. He was Moses, the shepherd, a man whose life was measured by the quiet stewardship of vulnerable lives. He was learning patience in the face of slow growth, resilience in the face of hardship, and a deep, abiding love for the creatures entrusted to his care. The desert, with its vast emptiness and its subtle abundance, had become his teacher. It had stripped him bare and then, in its silent way, begun to rebuild him. He was learning that true strength was not in commanding others, but in serving them, not in wielding power, but in bearing responsibility. The bleating of his flock, once a mere backdrop to his internal turmoil, had become a symphony of simple existence, a testament to the profound lessons learned in the quiet, unforgiving beauty of the wilderness. He was a shepherd, and in that humble role, he was being prepared for a destiny far greater than he could have ever imagined. He was learning to care for the unseen, the vulnerable, the ones who depended on his watchful eye and steady hand. He was learning the language of the shepherd, a language of sacrifice, of patience, and of unwavering devotion. The vast, undulating landscape of Midian had become his sanctuary, a silent partner in his unfolding transformation. Days bled into weeks, weeks into months, each sunrise a gentle hand stroking the canvas of the eastern sky, each sunset a slow, lingering embrace of the desert's cool breath. His life, once a tempest of royal intrigue and gnawing guilt, had found a steady, grounding rhythm in the needs of his flock. He knew the subtle language of their woolly bodies, the anxious flick of an ear, the huddled masses seeking shade, the plaintive bleats that spoke of thirst or the unsettling proximity of unseen predators. These were not the grand pronouncements of Pharaoh, but the primal declarations of life, raw and unadorned. He often found himself drawing parallels between the absolute, often arbitrary, power of his former life and his current, gentle dominion. The Pharaoh commanded legions, his word law, shaping the destinies of millions with a stroke of his quill. Moses, the shepherd, commanded only the instinctual trust of creatures who looked to him for the fundamental tenets of survival, water, pasture, and protection. Yet, the weight of his responsibility felt no less profound. The lives of his sheep were not measured in political maneuvering or the amassing of gilded treasures, but in the simple, undeniable fact of their continued existence. He remembered the casual cruelty he had witnessed in Egypt, the whips that fell upon the backs of his own people, the utter disregard for their humanity. As a shepherd, such detachment was an impossibility. The vulnerability of his flock resonated with the echoes of his people's suffering, a shared experience of hardship that bound him to them in a way he had not anticipated. One biting winter, when the sky had unleashed a furious blizzard, a swirling vortex of ice and wind that threatened to consume the very earth, his flock had scattered in terror. Moses, his face a raw mask against the stinging gales, his body ached with a bone-deep chill, spent days traversing the treacherous terrain. He climbed ravines, his worn cloak a futile shield, his eyes scanning the white desolation for any flicker of life. He found them huddled in desperate pockets, some buried beneath drifts, others bleating feebly, their cries swallowed by the storm's roar. He remembered the surge of desperate strength as he'd unearthed a tiny lamb from the suffocating snow, its fragile heart a frantic drum against his own. He had carried it back to his tent, his own warmth a fragile shield against the encroaching frost, coaxing life back into its frozen limbs with his very breath. That night, sleep was a forgotten luxury. He tended to the weakest, his own hunger and exhaustion eclipsed by a fierce, unwavering resolve to preserve their lives. This was not an abstract yearning for freedom, this was the immediate, tangible act of saving a life, a direct encounter with the preciousness of existence. In the hushed aftermath of the storm, as the sun finally pierced the bruised clouds, painting the transformed world in a pristine, dazzling white, Moses looked upon his flock. They were thinner, subdued, but they had endured. And in their innocent eyes, he saw a reflection of a profound truth. Leadership was not about dominion, but about service, not about authority, but about sacrifice. The wilderness, once a symbol of his exile, began to reveal itself as a sacred space of refinement. The harshness of the land stripped away the artifice, the pretense, the ingrained habits of a life lived in the gilded cages of power. It demanded an unvarnished honesty, a deep well of resilience, and an extraordinary patience. He learned that the most effective solutions were often the simplest, born of keen observation and an intuitive understanding of natural rhythms. He learned to wait, to watch, to allow the world to unfold at its own unhurried pace, a radical departure from the frenetic demands and instant gratifications of the Egyptian court. He would often sit for hours, the sun warming his face, the gentle mastication of his sheep a soothing balm to the restless churning of his own thoughts. In their quiet company, he found a solace he had never previously experienced. They asked for nothing more than the sustenance of life, and in return, they offered a silent testament to the profound beauty of existence. They were, in their own humble way, a reflection of the divine, simple, yet perfect in their created form. He developed a heightened awareness of the subtle interplay of life and death in the desert. The hawk circling high above, the swift scuttling of a lizard, the rare, tenacious desert bloom pushing through the parched earth. Each element had its place, its purpose, its own relentless struggle for survival. He witnessed the stark reality of the food chain, the swift, brutal efficiency of predators. He learned to anticipate their movements, to read the signs of their presence, the disturbed dust, the snapped twig, the distant, mournful howl of a jackal. His vigilance, once a product of ingrained fear and the gnawing weight of regret, slowly transformed into a protective instinct, a fierce, unyielding desire to shield his flock from harm. He recalled instances of driving off wolves, the primal roar that had erupted from his chest, the raw courage that had propelled him to defend his charges. In these confrontations, there were no chariots, no armies, no grand pronouncements. It was simply him, his staff, and an unyielding will to protect. In these stripped-down moments, devoid of all pretense, he felt a raw power, a connection to something ancient and elemental. It was not the power of kings, but the profound power of a guardian, a protector. The solitude of the desert, which had once felt like a heavy cloak of isolation, began to feel like a sacred sanctuary. It was a space where he could finally breathe, where the cacophony of his past anxieties began to recede, replaced by the quiet, persistent hum of the natural world. He discovered a profound inner strength that had lain dormant, buried beneath layers of privilege and expectation. It was a strength forged in the crucible of responsibility, tempered by the quiet discipline of daily care. He began to see his sheep not merely as a collective, but as individuals, each with its own unique temperament, its own subtle quirks, its own indispensable place within the flock. There was the old ram, his horns gnarled and scarred from countless skirmishes, who always led the way with a quiet, unwavering authority. There was the skittish young ewe, easily startled by the slightest sound, who required constant reassurance. And then there was the playful lamb, perpetually tumbling head over heels, a constant source of simple amusement. He knew them all, their names etched not in ink, but in the indelible landscape of his memory. This intimate understanding of their needs, this constant, unwavering practice of empathy and protection, began to reshape him at his very core. He was no longer the impulsive prince, the fugitive torn by an unceasing guilt. He was Moses, the shepherd, a man whose life was now measured by the quiet stewardship of vulnerable lives. He was learning patience in the face of slow, organic growth, resilience in the face of relentless hardship, and a deep, abiding love for the creatures entrusted to his care. The desert, with its vast, seemingly empty expanses and its subtle, life-sustaining abundance, had become his most profound teacher. It had stripped him bare, and then, in its silent, inscrutable way, it had begun to rebuild him. He was learning that true strength lay not in commanding others, but in serving them, not in wielding power, but in bearing responsibility. The bleating of his flock, once a mere backdrop to his internal turmoil, had become a symphony of simple existence, a testament to the profound lessons learned in the quiet, unforgiving beauty of the wilderness. He was a shepherd, and in that humble, yet sacred, role, he was being prepared for a destiny far greater than he could have ever imagined. He was learning to care for the unseen, the vulnerable, those who depended entirely on his watchful eye and steady hand. He was learning the language of the shepherd, a language of sacrifice, of profound patience, and of unwavering devotion. But as the seasons turned, and Moses found an unexpected peace in the rhythm of his pastoral life, subtle disturbances began to ripple beneath the surface of his newfound serenity. It started as fleeting impressions, almost imperceptible shifts in the air, a momentary prickling on his skin that suggested he was not alone in his solitary vigil. He would be tending to the flock, the midday sun beating down relentlessly, and a strange sense of presence would wash over him, not menacing, but profoundly watchful. It was as if the very air held its breath, and a silent observer was taking note of his every action. These moments were ephemeral, gone as quickly as they arrived, leaving him to question whether it was merely the heat playing tricks on his mind, or the echoes of his own heightened awareness in the vast silence. Then came the dreams. They were not the fevered nightmares of his past, filled with the accusing faces of his Egyptian upbringing or the spectral forms of those he had wronged. These were different. They were vivid, almost tangible, painted with colors he hadn't encountered since his youth in the royal palace, yet imbued with a strange, ethereal light. He would see himself standing on the precipice of immense spaces, vast plains stretching out before him, and a voice, not audible but resonating deep within his soul, would whisper words of purpose. They were vague, elusive, like trying to grasp mist, but they carried a potent undertow of destiny, a compelling certainty that his life held a meaning far beyond the boundaries of his current existence. He would wake with a pounding heart, the lingering sensation of a profound calling, a nascent stirring that unsettled the quiet contentment he had so painstakingly cultivated. One particularly clear afternoon, while guiding his sheep through a rocky pass, he paused to watch a hawk circle lazily overhead. The intricate dance of predator and prey, the seamless unfolding of nature's grand design, always held him in a quiet fascination. But as he gazed upwards, the sky seemed to shimmer, the edges of the world blurring for a fraction of a second. In that fleeting distortion, he perceived, or perhaps felt, a brief, blinding light, not of the sun, but something far more intense, far more profound. It was gone before he could fully process it, leaving behind only a lingering warmth on his skin and a sense of awe that settled deep within his bones. He shook his head, attributing it to the intensity of the desert sun, yet a seed of doubt, a tiny, persistent questioning, had been sown. Was this simply the wilderness, or was something else at play, something unseen, unfelt by his flock, but keenly perceived by his awakening spirit? He found himself drawn to certain places with an inexplicable pull. There was a particular outcrop of rock, weathered by millennia of wind and sand, that seemed to emanate a quiet energy. He would often find himself leading his sheep there, drawn by an unseen current, and while sitting amongst them, he would experience moments of profound clarity. The tangled threads of his past, the guilt that had haunted him for so long, seemed to loosen their grip. He would feel a sense of cleansing, as if the very earth beneath him was absorbing his burdens. These moments were not born of his own volition, they were gifts, bestowed upon him in the profound silence of the desert. He began to wonder if this was merely his own psyche seeking solace, or if these sacred spaces were imbued with a deeper significance, a divine resonance that was calling out to him. The very nature of his days began to shift. While he continued his duties with the same diligence, his mind was no longer solely occupied by the immediate needs of his flock. His thoughts would drift, drawn to larger questions that had long been dormant. He would ponder the nature of existence, the reason for suffering, the mysteries of creation. These were not intellectual exercises, but deep, resonant inquiries that stirred within him, a quiet yearning for understanding. He would look at his sheep, their simple lives a testament to an inherent purpose, and wonder about his own. Had he been spared from the fires of Egypt, had he been guided to this solitary life, for a reason that transcended mere personal redemption? He began to feel a subtle pressure, a growing anticipation for something he could not yet name. It was like standing on the shore of a vast ocean, sensing the immense power of the tides, knowing that a significant event was imminent, but not yet understanding its form or its timing. The quiet life he had built, the predictable cycles of day and night, the familiar bleating of his flock, were no longer entirely sufficient. There was a new current, a powerful undercurrent, drawing him towards an unknown horizon. He felt a profound sense of being chosen, though for what, he could not comprehend. The shepherd's staff in his hand, once a tool of his trade, now felt like an emblem of a destiny he was only beginning to sense, a destiny that lay beyond the familiar hills of Midian, a destiny that whispered of a purpose far greater than himself. The solitude he had once embraced as a refuge now felt like a waiting room, a place of preparation for an encounter that would irrevocably alter the course of his life. He was a man on the cusp of something monumental, a shepherd about to be called to a shepherd of a different kind of flock, a destiny woven into the very fabric of time and divine intent. The sun, a molten disk bleeding across the horizon, cast long, distorted shadows that stretched and writhed like tormented spirits across the barren landscape. Moses, his gaze fixed on the distant, shimmering heat haze that veiled the eastern lands, felt a familiar, unwelcome pang in his chest. It was the weight of Egypt, a phantom limb that ached with phantom pains, a constant reminder of a past he could neither fully escape nor truly reconcile. Even here, in the vast, unyielding embrace of the Midianite wilderness, the scent of dust and sheep no longer completely masked the phantom odor of the Nile, thick with the stench of brick kilns and the cloying sweetness of decay. He knew, with a certainty that chilled him more than the desert night, that the plight of his people had not lessened. If anything, the whispers that occasionally found their way to the fringes of Midian spoke of an intensification of their suffering. Tales of back-breaking labor, of overseers driven by a pharaoh's insatiable hunger for monumental display, of lives reduced to mere units of production, filtered through the rough hands of passing traders or wary nomads. These fragments, though disjointed and often embellished, painted a grim and unchanging picture. The stone, he imagined, was still being quarried, the bricks still being molded, the pyramids and temples still rising, monuments to a king's vanity built on the broken backs of his own kin. The peace he had found here, among the bleating flock and the silent stars, was a fragile thing, easily fractured by the returning tide of memory. It was a peace he had sought, a refuge from the gnawing guilt that had driven him from the gilded halls of power into this stark, unvarnished existence. Yet, in moments like these, as the desert twilight deepened and the silence amplified the echoes within his soul, he questioned the nature of that peace. Was it true peace, or a sophisticated form of self-deception? Was this solitude a sanctuary, or a sanctuary from his responsibilities? He would watch his sheep, their simple needs met, their lives unfolding with an unburdened clarity, and a profound sense of shame would wash over him. They, too, were vulnerable, dependent on his care, but their vulnerability was of a different order. Their struggles were immediate, tangible, a search for water, the threat of a predator, the bite of the frost. His people's struggle was a protracted agony, a slow, systematic erosion of their very humanity, orchestrated by the unyielding will of a man who saw them not as people, but as tools. And he, Moses, the adopted son of Egypt, the prince who had walked among them, now walked among sheep, his hands calloused by the shepherd's crook, his heart heavy with a silence that felt like complicity. The memory of Ramesses, the king whose reign had begun with such promise and devolved into such tyranny, was a constant, bitter undercurrent. He remembered the pharaoh not just as a figure of absolute power, but as a man, susceptible to flattery, driven by a deep-seated insecurity that manifested in a relentless need to assert his dominance. He recalled witnessing the king's pride, a palpable force that seemed to radiate from him, a pride that demanded ever greater tributes, ever grander displays of his might. And the Israelites, the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, were the unwitting pawns in this grand, brutal game. The news of their suffering, when it did reach him, was like a lash across his conscience. He saw, with agonizing clarity, the very events he had tried to outrun unfolding without his intervention. He remembered the flashes of righteous anger he'd felt in Egypt, the impulsive act of violence born from a desperate attempt to right an unbearable wrong. That act had led him here, to this quiet exile. But what was the worth of his personal peace if it came at the cost of his people's continued subjugation? He would lie awake at night, the vast, star-dusted canvas of the desert sky a stark contrast to the suffocating darkness of his inner turmoil. The faces of the enslaved, etched in his memory from brief, furtive encounters during his childhood, would swim before his eyes. The hollow eyes, the stooped shoulders, the resignation in their very posture, these were the images that haunted his dreams, that gnawed at his resolve to embrace the placid existence he had carved for himself. He had fled Egypt to escape the consequences of his actions, but in doing so, had he also fled from his purpose. The quiet rhythm of his life as a shepherd was a balm, undeniably. The physical labor grounded him, the predictable cycles of the seasons offered a comforting order. He found a genuine affection for his flock, a sense of responsibility that was both humbling and fulfilling. He learned to read the subtle cues of their needs, to anticipate their anxieties, to protect them from the dangers of the wilderness. He became adept at finding hidden springs, at guiding them through treacherous terrain, at defending them from the jackals and wolves that prowled the night. In these acts of stewardship, he found a measure of redemption, a sense of usefulness that had been absent in his youth.